a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
everybody, and welcome to the VCT Verizon Game Changers. I'm Ender here, bringing in the big guns today. Former IGL superstar,
Okay.
FlyQuest Red, Athena.
All right.
Players off guard. No one expects another swing in them. With the map spike, you gotta get the kill at this point. Flashes FlyQuest in this opening map. Make it four, make it the ace out of nowhere. Maybe two, and now Khaleesi advances forward. It's a great stuck to happen. Can't waste a bullet here with 5 left in the tank. Jazzy! I mean, Khaleesi's been running away with this game on fire. Make that one a third. Good lord. Zeri needs both of these shots to connect, and it will not be found. Edith is too quick on it. FlyQuest will advance to the main event here. We now have the unfortunate duty of eliminating a team today. Only one player, the players, the utility. Try and ice make a difference, but on one light, need something big here to keep the perfect game going. Hold on, it's a full defuse, and Logic Run just win out 1v2s to be directly behind their chamber that's just charging into the... And it'll be Willow taking the first for Monarch. 3 standing in their way. Mask will cruise through this one. Oh, fade! Back for Mask, delivering time and time again. Players rip back into the site. In a one-on-one, it's Willow to win it out. I believe both players back site. Crispy from Chiyu. What else do you have here on Rotten? Excellent work. And Swerve is playing off site right now. Lands down onto 2. That's 3 left. Make it a 4th from the back. Smolakar, what can you do here? And Zoe's still inside of the pit to see it through. Mask will eliminate Monarchs and stay alive here for one more series in this Swiss stage.
And it is the last day of Swiss stage here at Valorant Game Changers. We're challenging the game here, but Game Changers presented by Verizon. I'm Lemon Kiwi, and this is Van Steely. And we got some, unfortunately, it's the end of the Swiss stage, but I'm excited for what we have in store.
Yeah, a heartbreaking day because there's going to be teams, unfortunately, getting eliminated today. But you saw from the highlight reels just earlier on, 2 of them fought for their lives. Some of them losing, some of them winning, but still making it across here for today. But it is going to be an exciting one no matter what. There's only 4 teams remaining going into this last week of Swiss stage, and only 2 will make out of it. So sad day for 2 teams. I don't want to be unbiased as usual, so I'm just hoping for a good day of Valorant.
And we have gone through the gauntlet when it comes to all the rounds that we've been through, and you're tuning in to the very last one where we have 2 matches left. 4 wins means you're in when it comes to getting to those Game Changers North American playoffs. And if you didn't get those 4 wins, you are out for stage 1, and you'll have to re-qualify again for stage 2. So this is where it's quite literally do or die.
Yeah, look at his wall of text. But what we want to focus on is basically what's happening here on the right side. As you just saw from the highlight reels too, FlyQuest Red defeating here Ghost and then qualifying last week. And Wadadaa, or sorry, not last week, a couple of days ago. And Wadadaa also is the other team not qualified by having a forfeit win actually to qualify. So an easy little route there for Wadadaa, who's been up and down actually going into this stage, but overall hopefully being able to find their footing going into the main event next week. But at least for now, if you're looking at whoever made it through, it is the top dogs that we currently have here in North America that will be playing this Swiss stage, or the main stage so far. It all comes down now to what you see at the bottom on that right side: Sad versus Ghost and Catface versus MVSK, to see who will be the 2 teams remaining going into the main event next week.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, we have SRG, Swim Trek, Puppy Thieves, FlyQuest, Wadadaa, and Sentinel Otters, which big welcome to them. They have already all qualified for the main event, getting those 4 wins, and coming in at the number 1 seed, of course, is Shopify Rebellion Gold. Still the queens at the very top, even with those roster changes. But we're going to focus now on the people still trying to rise to the top. It's SAD Esports, the GC team, versus Ghost Gaming as our first match here today. And super excited to be casting these folks. We recognize, of course, a couple of names that have been mainstays when it comes to the Game Changer scene, and some that have really started to incorporate themselves into the scene and also at a top level. Exactly.
If we're actually going to focus on one of these teams first, it will be going into the Ghost Gaming roster. Damn, look at those guns! Damn, Gia, let's
Wow.
go.
Damn.
But yeah, they themselves also just Ghost Gaming to start, though. Had some tough opponents going to the Swiss stages. Them losing to FlyQuest, as we just mentioned earlier on with the highlight reel, but also to top teams like Wadadaa. But overall, it's been pretty good. You have some very one-sided victories. You had some very close victories as well, and some losses here and there. But I think what's important when you're looking at this roster too is focusing, for me at least, on the coaching staff that they currently have. Indra coming from like a tier 3 type of like coach, or tier 3 players playing a lot of fun haver events, and now trying their luck actually, going to see if they could coach going into a GCT. I remember them tweeting before saying, hey, I'm very confident to be able to give coaching sessions and one-on-ones to improve GC players and tier 3 players, but now they want to try it to go through a whole roster overall, and as well as Relic, the assistant coach that has also coached like a reform that had good runs going to 2025, and then now having a chance here to assistant coach for Ghost.
And I can't stress how important any kind of backroom is at this point, because especially when you're developing new players, it's a lot of like a nice soundboard to bounce feedback off of and just have another eye look at everything, especially if a coach has experience in any other level, because this is a nerve-wracking stage to be on, and especially for a lot of players, it could be their first time being on a structured, serious team. But it's really cool. You have some players here that are also part of collegiate squads. At least for Ghost Gaming, I just want to highlight Khaleesi, aka Marceline, Queen of the Duelists, the Unkillable, from the House of Goats, was on 100 Thieves, now on Ghost Gaming, so she's always finding herself on these top teams, and she's a tremendous talent to watch here in the Big 26.
Definitely a player to look out for, especially when you're trying to build a roster that has structure. It's usually around the duelists as well, so if you have somebody with heavy firepower just like Marceline, then, or now Khaleesi going into this game, of course the supporting cast and also the coaching system will definitely help the newcomers here going into this roster, and hopefully being able to turn some heads around and make it to the main event.
Yeah, we'll see how they will stare down their opponent of SAD Esports GC, which is a tough one. Remember, guys, the winner of this match will qualify to the main event. The loser will not. They are out. And here is your starting roster. I actually met Sekia at a LAN just recently because she also plays on a collegiate roster. And of course, she got to hold up that trophy, so that was incredible. But also, you can highlight other known quantities like Cal Sushi, who was previously on Teddy Tactics, Hakiki Mori, played so many different roles like smokes and initiators. So this is also a really stacked roster. Yeah, and guns too.
Exactly, getting guns everywhere today. You know, I should have gotten worked out a bit and get my pump in before we got into the camera, so I can pump as well. But it's all good. We'll save it for the main event. That said, though, for me, when I'm looking at this roster, outside of Cal Sushi, of course, who's been a teammate for our producer Pine. Shout out to Pine as well, working hard here behind the scenes. But Cal Sushi is definitely a player to look out for. But for me, it's also safe posting. Safe posting for me, it's funny and ironic because safe posting on Twitter, usually I have to use a swear word that goes along with this. It's like S poster, but this time I'll just call it like a clout poster overall. So they're really funny in terms of their posts, just to get a lot of engagement. But this time also showing their hand going into the GC scene and going into competitive Valorant, which is super fun to see. I think I had a chance to glance a little bit going into the secondary streams in the past Swiss stages, and safe posting's been getting a lot of support, but also playing a lot of duelist roles. Overall, if you're looking at this roster, Miku comes in from the LATAM region, and they bring in a lot of duelist expertise as well. So this roster overall for SAD Esports, you could potentially see a lot of these maps going into like a double duelist meta, which is perfect right now into this current stage of the year.
And Miku, really known for their performances in GC LATAM, coming from a lot of these top teams as a duelist. And like you said, Miku is now in North America as a duelist and playing a lot of Neon recently. So we know that Neon got kind of hit in the nerfs and whatnot, but I still think, yeah. Miku versus Marceline, though, is going to be the duelist matchup to watch when it comes to this series, and of course the supportive cast around that. It's also fun to see kind of some takes on the meta when you have Eli bringing out, Eli from Ghost Gaming, bringing out the Phoenix, which has been sort of a new thing coming into the meta, and people like Sari, who brings out the Chamber once in a while. So there's some really cool looks from both these teams.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at just patching some things too, just outside of playing double duelist, but if you have a chamber in there, you don't necessarily always have to play Vice either going into things. So it's fun to see, despite us being up in arms for the community being like, oh my god, this double duelist meta. But I feel like just in the past couple of months overall, from GC to VCL to the VCTs themselves, you're starting to see more variance into compositions too, which is fun to experience as we're going as we're laying it down, and the meta is not necessarily defined as you're looking at it for the past 3 weeks.
And we get to at least get the lay of the land when it comes to the maps. Of course, we have 2 best of 3s to get through today, and this is where we're going to be kicking things off. So we have Ascent, Split, and Haven. Ghost deciding to go to Ascent. Sad deciding on Split, and Haven being floated after that. So, I mean, I feel like we haven't casted Ascent in a hot second. So, but it's something, it's like you learn how to ride a bike, you learn how to play Valorant, you start on Ascent, I feel like.
Exactly, because when you're looking at the current meta, and actually, I just want to point it out too, this is probably the hardest league to play, if I could put it that way, for game changers, because there are so many changes and patch notes and maps coming in and out and agent switches and whatnot that you're always going to have to just revamp and redefine yourself every single time. So as much as you put so many weeks into practice to catch up to a certain meta or to build a certain meta, then everything just changes once again. So now that Ascent comes in, the good thing about it is, the positive out of it is that there's no map changes when Ascent was reintroduced here into the map rotation. The hard part right now, though, is that we are playing into the Neon patch. So that means that there's not going to be like any of these crazy bunny hopping across, which could still be very good on a map like Ascent because it breaks a lot of these first wave timings. And we've seen currently in the VCTs, for example, a Neon just running down a Sage if you're watching an MIBR game in the past. So it's nice to see here that you might have to go back into like the original meta potentially. I wouldn't be surprised, Lemon Kiwi, if you're looking at Ghost Gaming picking this overall, because you could just play into a comfort of what the old meta used to be of like a Jet, Killjoy, KO, Sova, and Omen, and it could still work today.
Yeah, and the last time we saw Sad on this map, I mean, it was a very different roster, so it really hard to pull anything from that. But they do lean towards Sekia's KO, so that's a known quantity at the very least, and a lot around the double initiator. And then on the other side, Ghost Gaming, I mean, it all really depends. That was also a completely different roster where, I mean, even Deadlock was a Sentinel to play at the time on Ascent. That was a really cool look back in the day, and the Sentinels look different, Neon looks different. This is a whole different meta. And this being the last match of Swiss, the one that either qualifies these teams into main event or not, and on a new patch, there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, you bring up a great point when you're talking about the Deadlock, because back then too, like these two teams haven't played this stage yet, right? But if you're looking at the past history of these organizations, it was like a double senti meta that was actually very strong. That was actually first introduced. Now I'm thinking about like what, this was 2024. Turtle Troop, for example, were the ones that really defined it on that map. It was like the Cypher Deadlock to kick things off, and then suddenly you see later on like a G2 meta of like a Vice and a Chamber meta with a Yoru, for example. But this might change once again, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a double senti of like a Sage with a Chamber, for example. But I think also focusing on the second map as well, the second map being chosen, I think this time by a set GC, and they're actually the Unstoppable Force going into Split as well, because they were going into comfort picks back into like a double dive meta, but like of like a 2021, because you're playing a Jet and a Raze for their latest iterations of this comp, and it worked well. They had some pretty decent rounds against Fly, but overall still had a very strong victory in their last game on Split. So I wouldn't be surprised here if we're able to see a third map in this series between these two teams.
Yeah, I would say if I had to go prediction-wise, or just based on like the recent results, I'm leaning towards Sad being the favorites here, because they actually took a win over Catface during the Swiss stage, which Catface being one of our at least top 3 or in the top-ish echelon when it comes to teams, whilst Ghost Gaming lost to Catface. And Ghost Gaming also utilized more of their substitutes in and out, which is not a huge deal. I mean, obviously you scrim with everybody, but it also affects the overall amount of time that you have as a core unit, and those changes is going to have an impact. But
I'm gonna go
yeah,
against
we're
you.
also waiting on a substitution. Speaking of substitutions, we are actually waiting on that because the player, of course, gets a power outage right before the match. So talk about Lady Luck not blessing anyone here today.
Exactly. But I'm going to go against you for predictions. And if you're going for Santa, I'm going to go for Ghost. I think I'm going to lean towards the gamble that their pick on Ascent is going to be able to at least give them a cushion going into the series. And if it has to come down to that third map, then you know, it's going to be a toss-up, but I'll go against the grain. I'll go against you this time around, LK. But yeah, I'll you know what? I'll let you toss the break. You're the main driver.
I will toss the
Yeah,
break.
you're the main
I will
driver.
steer this ship, and we're going to throw it to a break so we can get our substitute in. And you'll want to stay tuned for the first match here of Game Changers. Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers North America, presented by Verizon. We have our super sub ready to go to be, unfortunately, replacing Safe Posting until their power comes back on from bad weather. But who do we have in place, Vans?
Sleepy Aria, old duelist that we actually had for Wadadaa. They had such actually a deep run with Wadadaa in the past. They were getting very close to making it to the LCQ with the team, but unfortunately with stuff that happened, they had to step away from that. And since then, unfortunately, hasn't really come back into professional GC play, which is why Wadadaa currently has Bunny Bee. But Sleepy Aria, definitely somebody to look out for. A judge abuser before everybody else like Dombi really made it super popular going into the VCT. So definitely, like you said, a super sub, somebody to look out for. Definitely dangerous, and like I said, when it comes down to like just a duelist needing to find space and the rest can work around it, it can really work out here with Sleepy Aria.
Yeah, then it's like, what's the warm-up like? How flexible is Sleepy Aria going to be? Yeah. And there's lore, because if it's not Lady Luck blessing us, it's the script writers, I guess. So we've been told through the grapevine that Sleepy Aria actually mentors Marceline on Neon, which RIP Neon, I guess. But Sleepy Aria mentors Marceline, who is on Ghost Gaming. So you have teacher versus student, Anakin versus, I don't know, Star Wars reference. So yeah, it's got narrative juice, guys.
Obi-Wan, right? I think I remember that one.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. It was me telling you I didn't know the lore of Star Wars, but I think I got it at that time. But I'm always wrong with movie reference, so who really knows? But at the end of the day, it is going to be super important to think about that too, as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, the RIP Neon in the end. Because for me, Sleepy Aria still has great experience playing Arrays as well, which I'm not too sure if Marceline really still has that in the back pocket compared to like trying to get the Neon going in the past. I'm not going to necessarily say that Neon has been beaten to their ground in terms of these nerfs. I think she could still be very playable for a lot of these teams, especially when it comes down to you want somebody who's going to be quick on rotates outside of like a Euro that doesn't have like the long range TPs anymore at 30-second range, but you could still fast rotate with the Neon. And then if you're going to be fairly basic around the Neon of just sliding to take space and tackle to fight, perfect. And also, if you're going to be a Neon that's going to throw up fast lanes and just wants to get your team behind it without you having to jump around, then boom, everything works quite well for Neon to still be very good in a roster that doesn't want to abuse the technicalities of what Neon brings to the table with the bunny hopping in the past.
Yeah, and then this is, we haven't seen Ascent in a long time when it comes to the map pool, so it's like, are we falling back to the tried and true Jet, or are we going for like the new gen, the Zoomer Jet, aka Waylay? But one thing's for sure is that whoever is dashing in through these choke points, they need to be mobile. I feel like Yoru has also fallen out of the meta, but Yoru used to be something that you could, well, get more backline pressure. You could just, well, clone your way in or just kind of get past the initial choke points, which that is the biggest pain point for Ascent, and that's why initiators were so appreciated and why Sentinels were so appreciated when it comes to the defense. So we'll see kind of what the flavors end up being, and I'm sure Sad will need a second to get Sleepy Aria up to speed. What are they comfortable with playing, and how can they work around them? Yeah,
and the good news too is on Ascent, you could still play some Euro if you want to, but unfortunately here, if you're looking at now, the agent's finally coming out. Raid E sub 2, I'm assuming is going to be Sleepy Aria at this point, but they're not going to be coming out here with the Euro, which, like I said, could still be very good on this map. Something from Paper Rex plays it and plays it very well. But you could still see here, going back into the tried and true, Miko going to the Jet, Marceline aka Khaleesi also going to a Jet, but yeah, I want to keep the focus on Sleepy Aria as a Phoenix. I think a Phoenix is super strong on this map, and it could also be a great replacement into a Neon, for example, with those walls I just talked about on the space that you're trying to get and the space that you're trying to take. It's going to be super good, and especially now that the orbs or the ult is still 6 orbs only needed for the Phoenix ult, it's easy for you to capture the orb control and orb space to spam here the ults on your attack side.
And Seki has moved away from being a previous KO player on Ascent to now bringing out the Vise, which is gonna be the person putting all the hoops and the obstacles down for the Jets and the duelists to be jumping through. And then you got the old school Deadlock from Eli, where Eli has also been someone who's really like the Phoenix, but certainly not on this map, so only one duelist on the Ghost Gaming side. So will be the There will be a double sentinel setup, of course, which on a 2-site map is always great. You get to, well, share the workload, and that means Sad will really have to identify what that setup is going to be once Ghost Gaming go on defense, but only one sentinel on the side of Sad GC.
Yeah, and you have to think about it. Let's roll back the years and talk about here the strengths of playing this double senti in the past is just so good in terms of stalling, and which is why you saw the meta evolve a little bit to having like a Euro in chamber, because the Euro in chamber could start breaking util and TPing away and forcing these rotates, and you can play the long game here against the double senti. But this time, when you don't have that type of composition currently for SAT Esports to bait that type of util, we'll have to see. I think Ghost Gaming still has a very strong composition for their defensive side, but as they start off on the attack, it'll be a little bit more difficult for them to get the ball rolling in the first place.
There's the defense setting up and in a very aggressive stance as well, looking to see if Sekia is going to place maybe a battle flash, or if not, it's 2 sets of flashes too. When the Phoenix is ready to curveball around the corner, we'll see how Ghost Gaming handles this curveball as the tone is being set. It's Ghost Gaming with the first blood. A fantastic shot from Khaleesi, aka Marceline, but it is traded out. It's a loud scuffle when it comes to the middle of the map, and Miku has really cemented themselves and the rest of SAT on this defense.
Yeah, just pushing down middle and getting these picks. But there's action all across the map so far too, and it's an advantage for Ghost Gaming to at least get the plant down. Vanitas is so far away from the action though, so this gives a chance here for SAT Esports to flood in for this 3 versus 2 on A site.
Stealing sight.
Try and pressure these bottom corners here in hell. Eli just one shock bolt and it's the end. One shot and Miku falls, and Ghost Gaming are taking the angles. Sad have to huddle up. Power of friendship. Gia 26 HP and is the last one, or is remaining with the rest of Ghost Gaming. So strong pistol despite kind of the splash that Miku created in the middle of the map.
Yeah, especially when it went for a 3-2 split on extremities, trying to create a fake story on that B side, and it worked quite well. It almost looked like from those picks from Miku it really was going to be around here for Sat to kick things off on the pistol round, but you have to commend this time Gia over on the A side, throwing that paranoia, delaying long enough for the late lurk from Vanitas to get any value and that backstab kill onto Miku in the first place. So they saved the round going into that one with hero plays, with util still available on the pistol on the attack side, and already recognizing in this second round some sort of potential aggro push once again. They want to this time block Miku from walking down towards middle. They're also trying to prevent any type of split to be pushing across here for SAT Esports on the defense, so everybody's holding back towards spawn, and now finally it's for them to move forward, and they're choosing the correct path so far, because there's only one person playing towards this B site while the rest of SAT are trying to gamble stack this A.
As every second goes by, SAD are still have an aggressive stance despite the weapon disadvantage. Gia's gonna realize this and also be aware of the numbers around the corner. This is such a good call out for Gia and the rest of Ghost, and now they can be aggressive towards B. So Sekia has to be ready, has that battle flash as Ghost Gaming enter the site. Sekia just trying to play her life as best as possible while the Marshal keeps track of the middle of the map. And of course the kill feed is all red for Ghost Gaming, but even through the blind, Khaleesi puts down 2 more to make it a flawless for Ghost.
And there you go, Khaleesi not needing to play the Neons. There is no mentor versus student type of fight here between her and Sleepy Aria, but definitely as is Jet being very comfortable on that Agent too. Talk about the Raze in the past, potentially not being in the back pocket, but Jet definitely part of the arsenal of what Khaleesi brings to the table for any team so far. It was a nice attempt though for Sat to continue to walk contact into the A main. I kind of wish they kept walking, because I think they could have really got the punish onto Gia. But grabbing the orb, making the sound cues gives a chance now for Ghost to spam this B site on their bonus round.
Wasting no time to, I was gonna say sit on her throne, but Sekia in the perfect place at the right time. Ghost Gaming trying to spam through the choke, thinking they weren't getting a response, and Sad are there to greet them. There's a good enough resistance now from Sad. Now they picked up their first round of weapons, and there's a round 3 up, folks. Miku is is not joking around anymore. Sekia, second kill on the site. Eli doing an amazing job with the Sheriff, has already earned the ultimate, but burns to a crisp. What a molly there from Sleepy Aria.
And Sleepy Aria having to choose to break the cocoon or save the op, and unfortunately it goes into saving the op. So Rosetta is going to have to die, but nonetheless, this is great damage that they've done for Ghost Gaming after losing the first dive in from Khaleesi, and that's the tough part, right? You're playing double Senti. You're hoping that you're able to double flash with Seri and Gia, but B site wasn't really affected. Sekia got the easy kill, and then they were able to hold in the end, but that round 3 op. But at least the tell is there. Ghost Gaming has to be aware of that now, and they could start working, making sure that they could identify here at Ghost Gaming where this op is currently being set up in the beginning. And you can already see it playing very passively, and Khaleesi also has her own op to try to fight back on top middle.
You gotta fight fire with fire sometimes. Elbow spotted. And unfortunately, Miku will not be in this round anymore. Now a uncontested op in the middle of the map will mean Ghost Gaming will have better control of middle, and Sad will be stuck on the perimeter on islands watching and awaiting what will be Ghost Gaming's next move.
Yeah, getting that first blood there too. You're starting to see the drone coming out from the B side, so they're trying to at least get control of some sort of lane. So I like this push towards A main from Sad.
You got the Phoenix just out in the open. I mean, Rosetta does not care. Ghost Gaming here to make some space, and we'll try to seal off the defense, but Eli wants to get proactive. See if they could have found any timing. So at least the spike did go down.
No more
now,
thorns.
wanting to maybe get ahead of the game. No, gonna try and just play a crossfire as Eli can play bait outside. You have someone watching main. So I like this post plan here from Ghost Gaming. 3 versus 3. Sad getting into position. You have a recon from Cow Sushi. Shock bolts, a lot left, including even an ult from Sleepy Aria, but really not needing it. Buzz actually fade out using that ultimate. And here's the drop down. Sekia being careful with the swing. Seri does well under pressure. It's a 1v1, and Sekia ends it with the pistol.
Ends up being a very good round for SAD Esports on that fight. It all came down to that double push towards A main, which I love because they'd already lost control of middle in the first place by Miko losing the op battle. And also joining that B side, you know there's going to be some sort of an A split with a heavy control on middle. So they double walk towards that A main. They win the 2v2 fight at that spot. And then that'll also allow Sleepy Aria to have their ultimate on the Phoenix, run it back to just drone back into the A site and not lose their lives into an A main where their position was obvious. So that was very nice. It was a little bit of a team flash in the end on a 2 versus 1, but at the end of the day, Sekia was able to clean it up and force now the eco on the side of Ghost Gaming. Of course, Bladestorm will be available, so you're trying to get the top fight into A main.
Guys, Sekia just held the trophy at LAN, okay? Of course she's warmed up for this series, but the judge, okay, the 180, the 3K. Judge abusers rise up. The defense is ironclad, and you have just been judged.
I told you that they like to use the judge, and that range with the judge, it's supposed to be nerfed, but they still get so much good damage out of it in the end by maybe not necessarily whiffing onto Khaleesi in the first place because she dived in, but the other 3 players just on the other side, that should have been a much easier trade, especially when Sleepy Aria is netted to the ground. Yet they still are able to pick up 3 kills and already getting 1 orb away going to their ultimate in against the Ghost Gaming gun round. So this is looking pretty tough right now for Ghost Gaming, but that was going to be the nature of this half anyways for their attack side because of this double Senti comp. Hopefully they could stop the bleeding though, because they're still making it fairly close.
Niku has really prioritized getting some control, and now control of middle, I should say, but now with some support. Ghost Gaming are trying to assess the numbers here in the middle of the map. You hear an Odin, and you really don't know what the full crunch and what the full plan is of SAD. So Ghost Gaming try to get ahead of it. Seems to be a lot leaning towards the B site, but now you really have to figure out what is going to be the Vise setup. And Sekia has been just the final boss. Miku is even going to get tagged up, so knows there's presence here in B main. So Ghost Gaming still playing for kicks, still really getting eyes and ears on the site. And there's so many angles, and Ghost Gaming keep trying to challenge it, and now they pay the price.
I actually didn't like Sekia also challenging towards that B line because they actually have their Steel Garden available for Vice. Losing that on that B side with the setup would have been bad. but at least they pivot to rotate from Ghost Gaming over on the A side where the Odin is still here from Kalsushi.
All right. Gonna be on top of this hill and just carves right through Gia, but Ghost Gaming, they're in a much healthier position. They're the ones on the site, and now they just have to seal Sad away and seal the deal on this round to try and tie things up. No knives are still out. Miku on their last breath. Eli with a huge double, and Sad are running out of options. And Miku knows it with no route to escape it. Ghost Gaming, man, they just play with so much confidence.
Yeah, great shots for sure from both Eli and also the entry on the side of Khaleesi, taking full map control too around these fights. It started off very well in terms of the read that SAT Esports had on the defense. They funneled everybody towards this B side, but like I said, because of the setup here, not only from Sekia over on the B side with the Steel Garden, they've also realized that, and also the wall being placed right at the entrance of the B site. So Ghost Gaming knew that it was going to be a trap no matter what going into that triple crossfire setup for SAT Esports over on the B side. They gamble stack towards, or they gamble to push towards A and to just win their duels in that sense. And Ghost kind of, or SAT just kind of still kept their 3 players over on that B side, so they got overrun.
And we have ourselves a tie game. Does not get any closer than this, but you know you have to be wary if you're Ghost on these lower buys from SAD. You just don't know if there's going to be a judge and an Omen smoke. I would be paranoid getting through any of these choke points because you can't just use speed. Ghost Gaming are just ever so cautious. They'll stand out in the choke point, look for those picks, but more often than not, it feels like SAD has been ahead of that. But once Ghosts are established, there is just no peeling them out of that site.
We're overcooking this time around too. They think they could do the similar round as last time by pressuring towards B side and then going back towards A, but here's that judge once again.
Oh, here's the judge at 5 HP. And thankfully, the Phoenix can just heal themselves up. No time to really do that. And the judge does lose out on the range. Good spacing there from Gia, realizing what was around the corner as Gia wants to be part of the action. Eli removed, not able to use that annihilation. But this has been such a good sight for Ghost when it comes to these post plants. Won't have a paranoia, but they'll have Sari flashes as Kalsushi, Ace Mark. How many members will be in hell as Sari may just go to hell if they keep getting shot at while pinged? As SAD now try to get established. You have the Steel Garden to remove these vandals. Ghost Gaming will be caught in this, so it's an even battle as SAD take down the last members. Just Sari, who cannot do anything more. So SAD, good use of the ult.
Very good use of the ult, and also just once again Sleepy Aria being a thorn on the side with the judge. I think in the first place, when you're realizing here not only that Ghost Gaming are running a very similar round in the last one, the fact that SAT Esports actually double pushed towards the B main, and baited that wall out, forced now Ghost Gaming to rotate over on the A side. And then it just had to come down to, well, CP Aria, are you going to be able to land your shotgun kills? And does get the judge kill, drops that spike. And because you're forcing the other one, there was only 2 players towards that A main side. You have to TP towards site to safety to plant with the rest of your team. So that allows here Rosetta to move forward, pick up the Vandal, and then they're able to encroach on a pinch on different angles from heaven and from A main. So a very nice little half buy round that we had here for SAT Esports that converts into a big dub that also is already going to force out a timeout here from Ghost Gaming.
And not just that, SAD were able to get 3 Vandals, or at least 3 rifles, as the 3 surviving members, stealing those from Ghost Gaming, which is going to help the economy, allows Miku to buy an op, which is what now the second op that they have purchased, and carrying through at least on one of those rounds, and having an uncontested op is going to go crazy. Ghost Gaming now have to figure out what is their half buy, or what is their eco going to look like, and can they leverage those ults at all? That's what's going to be interesting. And SAD, if they can kind of turn this into some momentum, especially having a very important op in the picture, especially on a map like Ascent, is this where SAD can start to build more of a buffer between them and Ghost.
Yeah, and I think Ghost with this timeout, what they have to do here is being a little bit more proactive around the map. I think they are thinking that they're getting a lot of space, but then over-rotating without breaking util, without knowing where the real positioning is at, not getting a real cat control either. So they're just running still into a lot of players that have close fight util and also just shotguns in corners. So you got to make sure they're more proactive around the map here.
Already saw the paranoia in B main, and that initial aggressive peek from SAD that they have shown. Miku shows the barrel, does not land. The annihilation claims the op, and Sad are not able to free them. This is such a risky swing now, but against the Sheriff, Sad try to get away with it, and it's Sushi will manage to free Miku and also keep control of mid, punish Ghost Gaming, and this was a Hail Mary play from Ghost Gaming. All that distraction gets them into a plant situation, while Sleepy Aria wide awake to create some disruption towards the top of the site. Now ready to run it back with the ult. You have Siri in main at half HP, overwhelmed and suffocated as Ghost Gaming takes shelter in the closet. Gia could try to surprise, but it is 2 Sheriffs against 4 rifles. So Ghost Gaming, they surprised, but this is unfortunately where it's going to end, and Sad can create more of that gap between the score.
Yeah. And at least what I liked here is proactiveness is what I was looking for. Proactivity too.
I don't.
Unfortunately, this is only just a 13 round that you had here for Ghost. He had Sheriffs to work with, and they were trying to hopefully get some value out of the ults that they currently tried to cycle across, try to get that round. You got you caught one here on Catwalk, so you know now that Catwalk could be pressured, and there's opportunities for you to take openers there for the side of Ghost Gaming. But unfortunately here with the series Steel Garden, you were hoping that there was going to be players anchored up on that B site, but there was nobody there. So Sleepy Aria being able to be the tip of the spear to allow Sad Esports to start rotating back into this B side for the dub in the end. But this is where the timeout was super important too, to figure out what you can do here in your rifle round. And the proactiveness is once again there, taking that cat control, taking it to mid control, and also noting that the wall on the defense side is on top of them too. Bait that out.
Marceline really changing it up, realizing that Sad just like to crunch from all sides, and mid is being a lot more confident, speedy, dashing in, walled up currently because of the Vise, but Khaleesi really has to start having a bigger impact for Ghost Gaming if they want to catch up. And you want to have a splash when you're able to buy up like this. You want to build up your economy. It's a 1v2 and Khaleesi's forced out, man. These molly placements have been insane for Sleepy Aria. Just slotting in at the last second has been such a boon. Another kind of 1v2. Ghost Gaming are just outnumbered and seemingly outgunned as Vanitas tries to step forward to fill that gap, and now Sad may just be the ones outnumbered here on the A side.
Spike down A.
It's pinged out in the first place as well, but at least you're able to get that first pick off the rotate for Eli. But it's a 2v2, and Sari's solo on the side. They know the second one's very far behind, so the 2 duelists might decide to flood through.
Okay, surrounded. Oh, what a turn and burn on. Thanks to Sari. Miku with a drive-by. Oh my god. The one tap is crazy. And now Sad. Double ghost score.
Dude, they had to curve that bullet there. That was so random, because I looked from my screen that they never really let go of the straight button. Somehow still gets a headshot through a box on the last remaining player, albeit they were one-shottable to the chest. But it became a straight bullet here that just lands in the dome. And Sad Esports, you're starting to see here for Ghost Gaming that it is a pain point to deal against Sleepy Aria as is Phoenix, against a Judge, against an Odin. There's just so much here on the board that does allow for Ghost Gaming to get a strong footing on their attack side.
Hey, there's maybe attempted play from Sekia placing a forward Vise wall to trap Ghost Gaming. And because of that Hunter's Fury, I think Sad are going to have to take a seat, and Sushi taking shelter within the smoke. Close the door, and now Ghost Gaming have full control of the site. But it is mostly Sheriffs that you're looking at here for Ghost. Losing that last round really did hurt them. Sad. Now trying to come through. They've broken down the door. They have mollies. They have shot bolts. They have Ghost Gaming cornered, and Miku opens up with the first blood. The Judge is also kicking Ghost in the dirt, and it evicts the rest of the defenders of Ghost Gaming. And Sad now are on a 4-round win streak.
You still definitely respect here what Ghost Gaming's really trying to do with these ults. It doesn't even matter if they have weapons or not. They're still trying to create as much space and winning opportunities available here with the ults, and try to cycle them as much as they can. Like if you're looking at the last round here of this half, there's a potential to still have like 2 or maybe 3 ults available for them, unless Eli goes huge this round. That could be 4 ults moving into the last round of regulation. So they're trying to make big plays and trying to make miracles happen with the lower buys that they had through these ults. At least it nets them for plans that they could build the economy with for the side of Ghost Gaming and go from there.
We're going to check in on this tech pause. Hopefully the weather hasn't moved to someone else's camp and taken their power out. But, hey, this is going to be a very important round for Ghost if they even want to attempt to make this a 7-5 half, because the economy was really struggled. And I think it's just been trying to get these first picks, whether it's getting peaks or just swinging off the B site to, I think Ghost get really established at A, but SAD have downloaded how to just completely surround them. They take control of main. Ghost haven't really been able to leverage having someone in main. Ghosts have just really had their post plants be really one-dimensional, which is kind of just stay in hell and usually end up there as well.
Yeah, they probably have to try to take down at least one of these duelists when it comes down to the full site execs, because keeping Sleepy or alive or Miku is definitely showing that it's a moot point for them to be able to stay alive in these post-plant scenarios for Ghost Gaming. But I think overall, 3 rounds is still not too bad as you're looking at this composition, because for me, it's just flashbacks as well to give G2 the example. If they're playing, when they were playing Vice and Chamber back then with the Euro meta as well, if they got 3 rounds on the attack, they're comfortable. They're like, we're going to win the map still because we have such good stall utility going into the defensive rounds. And not only will you have that with a deadlock instead, but that annihilation, you see it get it 2 out of 2. Eli has gotten value out of it as they were able to catch somebody every single time. So it could definitely show a lot of strength into how they want to play their defensive side. The grab nets are also very strong so far from Eli that I've noticed on their attack side as well. So I'm looking forward as we have 2 more rounds to go before we're able to witness the defensive side for Ghosts.
Well, we're chucking Util on the other side of this wall, trying to create distraction for Khaleesi making entry. And man, this is so well supported as Geo teleports in and creates some covering fire on the opposite side of Jenny. So Ghost with the immediate plant, but like you said before, they've only taken down 1 duelist, and now there's another one in the picture, and Sekia is already stopping the duelist from the Ghost Gaming side. The Steel Garden is unleashed. Ghost Gaming are gonna have the best weapons to retaliate, and what a timing on that stun. SAD are going to adjust. Rosetta's also getting stunned by Eli. Here's the drop down, and here's Ghost Gaming getting shaken and stirred. Annihilation claims Rosetta, and that means Ghost Gaming have a much needed win on this round.
Looks like 3 out of 3 now with the annihilation from Eli. So yes, definitely a much needed round that ends up being a very good round for them. And they also wanted to give the respect to SAD Esports. Even if you have the crossfire setup, you have one that can play that time. You want to make sure here that you guarantee the round. So just throw your ult out. That's fine. You could have kept it for this round here too, but take the round. Why not? It still became a super nice execution from Ghost Gaming into that A site, because CP Arya tried to do whatever they can to try to stay alive in the back of Jenny. The first flash was perfect, but there's just too many players that are diving through from Khaleesi and Geo with the dash and the TP that CP Arya couldn't really readjust on a fight in front of Generator. So nice on Ghost to take over that timing. I'll try it again.
Having a judge in the back pocket, that's important. Ghost Gaming, again, a lot of util coming over this wall. SAD are just gonna have to stay put as Khaleesi makes this space and would like to deal with that kill a little quicker, but it's still flawless for Ghost Gaming on the entry, minus some injuries. Need a band-aid, but you also need that spike down, so it works out perfectly. Sekia and Miku coming in different spots, and Sekia is always good for her ones. And now the pressure builds towards the top of the site. Miku waits for their moment. Try and pressure in hell. It already removes 1. And Miku has a lot on their plate when it comes to players in main. Ghost Gaming changing it up. Trying to play a crossfire. Eli really hesitating on the swing, being at 1 HP. And Miku knows there's 1 player left back here, and it's just clinical for people like Miku and the rest of SAD that make this an 8-4 half.
What a retake by Miku and Sekia. That was a 2 versus 4, if I'm not mistaken. 2 players towards hell, 2 towards a main, and yet you still get the retake on individual angles. You talked about it. 1 was stuck towards heaven. That was Sekia. Miku was still coming from double doors, or sorry, the doors on Cat, and they were still able to convert these rounds. I scratched my head on that wide swing from Miku that went across the front of A main to fight into hell. I was like, how the hell did they know that their opponent was actually still holding back here towards Wine, the post net, for them to be able to take that round in the end? That was just beautiful. That's gonna hurt too, because that should have been a confirmed round for Ghost Gaming that could put him up to 5, but 4 for me again is still good enough for them to put up a good fight in the second half.
That's where the Sentinels really got to step up right now. It's the Vise towards A and kind of honestly splitting the workload as, man, Ghost Gaming going to work. The immediate clash in mid rewards first and second blood thanks to those sheriffs. And Sad are going to be very distraught on how they're going to get into the site without a jet.
Agreed. At least he can still do it. CP Aria that still has 2 flashes to work with. It seems they really like the frenzy here on the pistol round.
Isn't as good at range. It's a maybe bigger issue. Really wanting to brawl in. Just wow, the timing on the flash from there. Sari there is incredible.
One enemy remaining.
Sad are stuck. They're cornered like dogs. And Ghost Gaming are looking to take care of business. And Ghost taking that pistol. This is where the comeback starts.
The student could take down the mentor for that round, but at least the teammates were there to support Ghost Gaming to get that round on the pistol. And you'll start seeing this a lot as well too, as you're playing this double Senti setup, is that you're the name of the game and the goal around this when you're playing such good util on the defensive side is you're trying to funnel your opponents into scopes, into the op of Khaleesi, most importantly. But you're seeing this round that they're actually playing double Outlaw and a Guardian on top of that. So they have to be proactive around the map with the util, especially with the wall, and try to get them towards the scopes. I think that's the win con here for Ghost.
Yeah, you just do not want to go mid with pistols anyway, and just flying into the midst of the action. Miku will no longer be part of that action, so Sad now has to take the mantle. What a timing on the swing too, and the peek from Khaleesi through the smoke. Saw no one in mid and was called to the rescue. Sad are the ones really that need rescuing. They only have 2 left. They were able to take down 1 rifle, trying their best to weaken the upcoming bonus here of Ghost, but be strong. Now another rifle falls, and kind of awkward for the Outlaw to push through such a tiny site like this. Rosetta is able to pick up a Guardian. You got a button too. Upgrades from the classic in the frenzy. Wow. Takes down the GOAT. What is with Sad? All of a sudden rising to the occasion when they only had 2 pistols. It was a 2v4, now it's a 2v2. Power Friendship crosses the barriers of the smoke, and a Bucky claims another, and Sad claim a Thrifty.
Not another 2vx, man. That's how it ended on the first half, and now that's how they're gonna get ecoed on the second round of the second half here for Ghost Gaming. That laser being shot from the frenzy though from CP Aria was insane, because Khaleesi had that line of sight the whole time, watching down towards that lane. Maybe because she was unscoped, maybe got caught off guard, but holy crap, was that a specific shot. Right between the eyes of Khaleesi, and even drops the Outlaw. And that shouldn't have been a round lost there by Ghost Gaming, because they had full control of that spike from the very get-go. This is going to hurt them for the rest of the half potentially here for Ghost Gaming, especially now with these kills. You have now a bolt available for CP Aria.
It's just good adjustments for Sad to realize, okay, there's 2 Outlaws in this picture. Let's use smokes, let's leverage that and find the right timings of maybe an Outlaw is scoped in looking at the different way. And now those Outlaws really paid the price on a fight area that was not advantageous for them. And now Sad are back in the driver's seat, where that was a moment for Ghost Gaming to get some wind in their sails. Now there's still a good 4-round gap, but it's the buys here that will get potentially Sad to double digits, barring something insane from Ghost.
Yeah, it's potentially now a raft just left stranded in the middle of the ocean for Ghost Gaming after suffering against the eco of Sad Esports. They're being fairly proactive around the map too, realizing now that Ghost Gaming are not really trying to go for trap plays and being proactive around the map, so they could just farm for these orbs. So picking up on one side here on the B site, finishing up towards the A site. And that will potentially be or a walk contact to get the entry towards the A main.
30 seconds left
Before the orb gets picked up.
Maybe you can get lucky with a right-click classic move here for Khaleesi, and is already smoked off. That's going to dissipate quite quickly, and Khaleesi gets one, so that's better than nothing, especially at an injured state. I like the position from Miku, because you're not expecting someone to be in this corner. The Outlaw repositions. Sad get the spike in position. It's 2 pistols versus 4, but 2 seems to be a very cursed number when it comes to retakes. And no, not for Sad. Quite happy now getting to double digits.
And the respect too for Sad Esports. I was just talking about it before when Ghost Gaming were using the ultimates in advantageous scenarios already where they didn't really need to use their ults. Sad Esports just did the same. So CP Aria pushing into there towards the A side to make sure that they confirm that there's no stack going in from Ghost Gaming towards that A side is a sign of respect for one, but also because they're playing Phoenix. So if you're going to keep farming for CP Aria, that's potentially another ult available in the next 2 rounds with the way that they've been playing so far. But the rifle round's out for Ghost Gaming. Mid control is the name of the game. Nice dodge on the flash, though. Khaleesi's in a prime position here.
Khaleesi needs to stand on this hill and die on it if needed. Wins against the Mirror Jet. Not having that Jet on the attack always hurts, but this is exactly why Sleepy Aria has to fill those shoes on the Phoenix. Just as good as the entry, almost like a half duelist, half initiator agent. But now you kind of worry about, you don't want to just give up this middle space, not to Ghost Gaming. And Sad, now they're at a pretty severe deficit for this round.
And Rosetta's super low on HP too.
Yeah.
But that's how you answer back. And there's a duel between Khaleesi and Sleepy Aria, won by Sleepy Aria.
Hey, you have eyes and ears on both sides, but you don't have any information on mid. And now you do when you hear the stomping curveball around the corner to get through these layers. But Sari's just front and center, catches Kalsushi checking a corner. Now Sad have to make entry. The Vise wall does seal off Sekia from the fight, so the 2 will have to march on without the Sentinel for a few seconds. But Ghost Gaming were in a position to punish that immediately. But from the closet, from the grave, Sari with the double kill does manage to salvage this for Ghost. Steel Garden from Sari now, as Sekia is able to keep the rifle in hand, but does not have the spike in hand. Now with the last 5 seconds, it's now do or die. Couple of seconds, Sekia needs to go find this kill, and Ghost will just barely manage to take that round.
Big round from Siri too, a 4K anchoring towards that back of the site. A little preemptive once again to utilize the Steel Garden on a defense where you could carry it over to the next. You have player advantage. You have now spike position as well, but you know what happened last time when they had spike position and control on a 4 versus 2 on this very site. They lost it here for the side of Ghost Gaming, so I understand now being preemptive by hitting that red button to make sure that you're guaranteed the round again to stay in this fight. But that is a small little W that you'll take for Sad Esports here, because the economy is still very good after you've ecoed on that second round.
See ya, my ult's ready.
Every first blood here matters for Ghost Gaming because the round gap has been pretty steady at 4 round differential between these 2 teams. But Ghost just need not like a miracle, but just need a really good push going. Now with info on all the sites, including in mid, but even with Eli watching, the Outlaw claims the trade. And Sad may have just opened up a lane towards the right side of the map, and this is going to call over the spike.
And that's a smart thing to do here to buy the Outlaw, knowing that the economy is not the best for Ghost.
Oops.
A little bit of a walk contact to get info that doesn't pay off, and now you're getting so much info by just the Jet walking around here.
Small lapse there will cost Ghost some defenders. They didn't just want to stand by and be within such a small site and let Sad flood in. Ghost Gaming want to get ahead of the game, and at least Vanitas tries to give them some small wins. Make that 2 big wins. Comes to these picks, 2 versus 2, but Vanitas eventually gets checked at the door.
30 seconds left.
Sari has to do it all on her own. Spike getting planted, flash out. Sari's able to dip out and now has to escape the Steel Garden, which buys precious seconds for Sad to reposition on this post plant. Sari now has to re-clear, but depending on time, probably didn't have time to go main. Could have maybe escaped as the door is still open. Oh no, the door is closed, so gonna really assume that they're gonna be in hell at this point or on the other side of Jenny, and Sari knows the time is of the essence. Good contact against Rosetta, but Sekia, as consistent as ever, gets Sad closer to the finish line.
Very nice try for Siri too, because she's been very clutch in that previous round and almost actually had that. Knew the read that a second player was hiding under a hell. but just unfortunately couldn't get that fight against Sekia, and Seri falls short, and that will force now the second and last time out for Ghost Gaming here for this map. And it is their map pick as well, and it just seems like I wouldn't necessarily say here that this is an unorthodox composition here for SAT Esports, because the real replacement you kind of have is a Phoenix instead of a KO. But we've also seen in the past, in like the 2021 days, of like the Luminosity Gaming Mata versus 100 Thieves Asuna, of a Phoenix versus Phoenix on this very map in the past. It's still a very viable agent, especially now that the flashes could also replace the KO flashes on this very map. It makes it very difficult here for the defense to get real control of map space and lanes when you have a Phoenix on the board here that not only continues to cycle ults and getting space for the team, but also just the flashes that are very deadly compared to a KO flash.
And I feel like the Deadlock lends to two different play styles. You can play off of a barrier in a very slow style where you're forcing an attacking team to have to take that utility down, or you can kind of leverage the net and pair up with a duelist or someone to take advantage and fight with it. I feel like Eli is more of that aggressive Deadlock, at least on the defense, but it hasn't... I mean, yeah, 17 kills is great, but I'd love to see that actually create a more consistent advantage for Ghost, and we'll see that maybe deeper into the path, while as Seri's been fantastic at just stalling. Maybe that's what Ghost needs, but they've never heard of the word stall. But Khaleesi has been out of the conversation for this round, and SAD were just ready for this level of aggression, and now they're gonna flip the map.
It's very hard for you to try to go for these trap plays when it's only on one lane towards B. You're hoping a little bit more on middle, so that SAT Esports can really focus on one end and get a surprise attack here with Khaleesi's Blade Storm.
To run it back, be first contact. Paranoia, though, is right through the entirety of SAD. It is going to stall them out. It allows Eli to line up the two, and just the nerves crack, but not SAD as they get to match point.
Yeah, Eli, if anything, though, she's very good in terms of getting some good multi-kill value for a team, but it's very hard for you to convert these rounds too when the rest of the team has fallen down and you're not really in position to trade off in the end. Sometimes it has to come down to these hero plays for sure to make it very manageable and hopefully winnable here for the side of Ghost Gaming, but unfortunately they keep falling short, especially in that previous round where they had to deal with another run it back from Sleepy Aria. So now this is map point for the first map of SAT Esports, and it's op versus op one more time, but they're not going to be chasing against each other yet on mid control.
Nowhere to run!
Really good information from Ghost Gaming side. Just ping everyone on the B side of things, but as Ghost Gaming tunnel on that, Miku stands in middle, and Khaleesi needs to make this decision very carefully. Now you hear these smokes, this util being used in mid. You have a Hunter's Fury from Vanitas just to really test the waters after that initial presence was shown here at B main. Does force a lot of movement, an orb being grabbed. SAD just one round away from taking Ghost Gaming's map pick. SAD have been stalled out, really worried about this Vise util. The Vise wall stands right in front of them. At least the two duelists will cross. They'll take a second to rejoin, and Khaleesi didn't realize what was happening. The comms are breaking down from the Ghost Gaming side, but Seri cracks SAD like an egg, and these two defenders against the world to give Ghost Gaming another breath in their lungs, and Vanitas adjust carefully. Now the double swing was perfectly synchronized. A 1v1 is what determines if we're seeing more rounds or a map 2.
What a sick shot though from Vanitas. Still a flash available for Sekia, and she could potentially use in a 1v1 with 10 seconds left. I think she's trying to bait it out.
10 seconds left.
Sekia gonna plant right at the edge of the staircase. So you can play this from the closet. You can play this within this corner. So many different ways. And I mean, as Gia will walk down from the top of the site, we'll be able to see where this plant is quite easily, and almost tunnels on that. But oh my God! Gia! The composure in that moment, and still at 85 HP, by the way, gives Ghost another round.
Yeah, I think Sekia was kind of dazed by not anticipating somebody just full walking out in the open instead of walking and trying to clear corners. And it's like, why is this looking to be so easy? And I think unfortunately here just got a little bit too nervous on the 1v1. But at least thankfully for Gia, able to keep the dream alive. Not before though the hero plays for Vanitas towards that back of that B side, because that flick on that second kill onto Sleepy Aria was sick and really gave a chance here for Gia to win that 1v1. It was tough too. It was an important clutch to win for Gia on the 1v1 because she's given so much respect and space on that 1v1 against Sekia, but still being able to win that and still putting a lot of good util for support here for Ghost Gaming is going to help them potentially in the long run.
Spike out in the middle of the map while Catwalk is smoked. So sad seeing if Khaleesi's going to show face when it comes to top mid. Now walking down, and that drops the op right at A main. Huge moment for Rosetta in the spotlight. It's Cal Sushi not being able to see much besides, well, you know, Paranoia's out there. Gia no longer with us, not of this world. Cal Sushi and the rest going with confidence. And still with all 5 intact, it's going to have to be a 2 versus 5 for Ghost. Now you need a miracle. Miku not get that first shot going. But we'll be keeping watch here in this room. One Force and Ghost all have to push through one angle. And Paranoia from Sad right through Sari. And all these precious seconds is what's delaying the inevitable. Ghost Gaming, wait! All the pins line up until Miku is just the cherry on top. 13-7. Assad will take Ascent.
A dominating first map too. I think it was still a nice try that you saw from Ghost Gaming with what they're trying to pull out with the composition, trying to stall, trying to fight, getting good value at least for those that need to come up with big kills. And for me, Eli was definitely a highlight going into that first map, despite the loss from Ghost Gaming. But that said, that super sub coming in from Sleepy Aria on the other side for SAD Esports here, Lemon Kiwi, I think they've been a huge thorn on the side of Ghost in terms of how they wanted to play their defensive setups. You saw a lot of W running through through a lot of these executes, and Sleepy Aria always had good value out of it.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Super sub, like Giga Omega sub, like dropping 20+ kills on the Phoenix. Yeah. You could not ask anything more than that. Maybe we could ask the weather gods to go away so that we could get like the real player going. But hey, a win's a win. Buying good time. Sad take the first map, and that was Ghost Gaming's map pick. So now we go to the Sad playground of Split, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens on the other side of this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back everyone to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. We have map 2 almost ready to go between Ghost Gaming and Sad GC, and it's gonna be split, and it's gonna be Ghost Gaming's choice.
Yeah,
Sad's choice.
Yeah, Sad's choice when they played the double duelist for sure. Ghost picking Ascent in the first map here, Lemon Kiwi, but unfortunately, the surprise pick with Ascent coming back into the rotation, unfortunately wasn't working to the game plan that they wanted to there for Ghost Gaming in the end. They came out with the double Senti comp and hoping to get value out of that. And I gotta say, they still look pretty decent in terms of those scenarios. I think there was really those 2 rounds where they lost like 2v4s in post-plan scenarios that really hurt them.
And look at the amount of first kills that we have for Ghost Gaming. 11 first kills to 9. And looking at our scoreboard, Khaleesi had 7 of those first kills out of the 11. So the duelists have obviously been making those entries. Khaleesi, though, with those 18 deaths that she has, I'm thinking that, yes, you have so many first bloods, but I think Sad were also just as effective at trading her out in that case. So it was really nice to see how kind of toe-to-toe both these teams were at the beginning until Sad just took over and kept forcing Ghost on these saves that they weren't able to turn around.
Well, again, to reiterate, losing that the big 2v4s, that also breaks the economy on the side of Ghost Gaming, right? Because you think about the second half when they got ecoed on the 2v4, when they had full spec control in front of that B main, that really allowed Sad Esports to snowball 2 or 3 rounds going into that second half. Yeah, you can see it at the bottom right there, right? So many rounds coming into their favor after that. So that just kind of hurts them for Ghost Gaming in the long run, going into trying to catch up within this game. But yeah, definitely, even though the first kills aren't on the board here for Sleepy Aria, it's the mid round, the space that they're able to take, the 2-3 multi kills that they're taking every single time. Is huge right now in terms of firepower for the side of Sad Esports. I don't know if Safe Posting could do similar things. I'm assuming that they can, but you could definitely see here that CPR is being missed in the GC scene.
And speaking of safe posting and this whole substitution, I wonder how much Ghost Gaming prepared for the composition that Sad plays when safe posting is actually here. And what that's going to look like, because obviously they scrim each other, they know what to sort of expect, or at least know the agent pool of safe posting, which I guess also plays a lot of Phoenix. I wouldn't have expected it on a map like this, but you know, you don't ever expect Sleepy Aria subbing in and dropping 20 plus kills. So like you can't really plan for that.
Yeah, I think they did start trying to play a little bit of Phoenix going into like a Phoenix Jet, Phoenix Neon, when you start to see that meta come alive here from Pacific before in the past as well, on a map like Haven, for example, which is why if it goes down to a third map, then I wouldn't be surprised to still see a Phoenix coming into this one too. But split coming up, I think it's an important point to talk about as well. Sad Esports, they chose this map because they were so far, I think 5-1 in terms of this split on this very map. They're playing a double duelist with a Jet and Raze in terms of their double duelists, but I also think the reason why you're picking this map as well against Ghost Gaming is because in the past Ghosts have been playing a lot and even spamming nothing but Neon as a solo duelist in the Swiss stage, and with the Neon nerfs that are currently happening now, I don't think we expect to see some Neon coming out here for Ghost going into this for Sad going into the second, or Ghost, yeah, going into the second map. So we'll have to see.
And split, we have Sad starting off on defense on both of the maps where it was 8-4 on Ascent. And they were just good at tempo shifting so much, whether it's, you know, swinging off of a Phoenix curveball or just having their Jet out in the open and getting picks. Miku was fantastic at that. And it didn't even have to necessarily be first blood. I just found the consistency of Miku to be really refreshing when now they have to play something other than the Neon. So able to just kind of get back on the Jet, get back on their high horse, and still ride into the sunset. While now Ghosts are back on the offense to kick off yet another map. And they only picked up a couple rounds in Ascent. And this is now no longer their map pick. So Ghost, this has to be where they turn it all around, because it's series point for Sad. And if Ghosts don't wake up, well, they're going to be pretty sleepy out of the main event.
Yeah, and no Neon, but the rest of the composition used to be fairly good here for the side of Ghost Gaming, right? We had some Fade, some Vise, some Viper, and Omen, so the lurk potential still there. You still have some great smokes and stall with the Omen, and good ways to control the B main site by throwing these one ways and aggro fighting with with the fade. So I think if anything, if I'm looking at this composition potentially out of Ghost Gaming, is just switching out the Neon to a Raze could still be very good in terms of solidifying a good game plan for your team while still adding good value of utility on top of that for the side of the duelists of Ghost Gaming. My only question is though, as I mentioned before, what would the Raze really look like here in the hands of Marceline, right? Would it be as good for her as, you know, if you're trying to look at the past history of her games in the past 3-4 months, it's been nothing but Neon, a bit of Yoru when it was still in the meta, and of course just the Jet that we saw on that previous map.
And I find Raze to be a duelist that could be a little tricky to play, especially on a map like Split, where you have to at least single or double satchel in, and that's something that takes time to obviously master. And if you haven't been on Raze in a while, just any kind of mess up there is a first blood on against, you know, for the defense and stuff like that. So your Raze really needs to be clean, unless you just want to play a more front to back, less explosive Raze, which to play a non-explosive Raze doesn't seem very like on brand, but you know, whatever works if we even see the Raze, because the duelists have really shifted on this map, and who knows how many duelists we're gonna see, as now the agent select is all ready to go. Double duelist versus single duelist.
All right, sticking to it. So we'll still see the exact same comp for Ghost Gaming, still coming out with the Neon. So I'm excited for this one too, because ever since the patch was announced into the Neon changes, we haven't really had a chance to see yet in the VCTs. They're still playing Ascent in the map rotation as a new map pool, but still playing with the old Neon and the old shotguns. So now going into this one here for Ghost Gaming, we'll be able to witness here the true changes of what value that brings, what real changes we'll expect now of the Neon, and if that's going to change the playstyle here of a lot of these duelists that have been perfecting and mastering Neon in the past couple of months.
Neon has been very much slowed down, so is that still something that Khaleesi can thrive in and survive? And at least you're not seeing like a hard sentinel, something that will literally trip people up like a Vise or anything like that, something that could really be the kryptonite to a Neon, but you still have to get through 2 layers of smokes, and namely really adjust your timings and your pacing depending on, well, how much fuel would a Viper have left, and just are you really ready to cross that threshold, and what utility are you going to put behind that Viper's wall if you do just want to explode onto the site. So this is potentially our last map, as SAD took Ascent 13-7. If they take this one too, they will seal in their ticket for the main event.
Interesting wall 2 being thrown by Sekia on the defensive round of pistol. So you're trying to do a lot of aggro into the mid take, and also if you have to give up the mid line, then you're forcing players visibility that they cannot scale up here towards middle into the B site. So interesting start, but Ghost Gaming are reading into this. They're taking the weak site first. They could walk contact into this B main.
This is SAD really prioritizing that mid control to limit the options, and Sari has been limited already. So Ghost being aware of just the numbers that have crunched down on middle, as Vanitas will get the plant down as soon as possible. And Ghost Gaming, they get proactive. They're already pushing towards the back alleys, but this leaves their spike carrier out to dry. Ghost Gaming have to reunite, and it's not gonna be easy. Now they have to re-clear within their own site. Someone's already on the spike, and that's gonna stress Ghost Gaming, and they fall to their knees. Sad, man. That retake was lightning fast.
Yeah, and they never really needed to use the wall as a retake in the end, but I gotta say, it almost feels like there was a little bit of studying being done by Ghost Gaming though, so I have to respect that, because they read perfectly to walk into the B main site. They executed into that, and not only did they do that, they pushed in towards the spawn to fight at that spot. The only thing I didn't like though was that if they knew that was happening, that SAD Esports were taking a lot of mid control in the first place, and that they had the perfect read, they should have planted more out in the open to get a chance, and give a chance for those that are pushing towards spawn to be able to fight back into the retake of SAD Esports. Unfortunately, the L got caught. They had to run back out into the open where SAD was all over the place already. Miku's about to go on a mission here.
Time to play some duck hunts, and I mean, that was a collat on the first bullet. That is insane. And the only duelist falls for Ghost Gaming. And that'll surely slow things down. But Gia will not give up, and both bullets miss for the Outlaw, and Ghost Gaming were not able to punish in that moment. But at least the middle will be held down by Ghost, and they'll have angles, but this Outlaw claims 3. Ghost Gaming just could not get through Garage.
Very hard to do against an Outlaw when you don't have utils to work with here on the side of Ghost Gaming, and They're trying to save a little bit at util going into this round because I think some sheriffs were being purchased to try to get the GC sheriff online on that second round. Unfortunately, it didn't come into fruition except for maybe one kill on the top middle. And you're seeing how that changes the patterns of the buys here for Ghost Gaming on the attack side, because 4 of them, or actually, sorry, 3 of them are on Guardian so that everybody could afford full shields to fight against the Outlaw one more time.
Let's run it back. The definition of insanity. Oh, well, not an insane shot at the very least. Khaleesi really like the tempo shift. Brought those 7 first bloods on the previous map and is trying to make magic happen again, and is really secluded here as Gia just puts a hail of bullets behind their duelist, and that is enough to succumb Sad's defense for the moment as the plant goes through for Ghost, and now a 5 versus 2.
Love that in terms of scaling here for Khaleesi. We'll talk about that in a second because there's a fight happening towards mid-Robin, and Sekia is going to win that one. So doing econ damage is going to be super important here for Sad Esports if they could actually get these exits.
First flash, no contact. Eli in the way, watching their angle. The other 2 probably have a high low near the back corner of boxes, so Ghost Gaming have perfect setup for the post plant, and I don't know. Okay, there we go. That got a little scary in the end, but Ghost Gaming keep themselves in the shadow of Sad.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how we went from a triple high low in the back of the site to only having maybe 1 person watching that side. It almost felt like the third player felt too antsy that they had to try to save their teammates on that left side of the boxes. So it does become an expensive round in the end, though, for the bonus round for Sad Esports again. Ghosts, if you're looking at the buy here, another one of them are going to be at half shields one more time. So Miko could take advantage of that in the end. But look at the wall that they do here. They went for the fast lane over on the B exit and just have the Prowler go behind it. So instead of having the Neon jump around to find the info, it's the Prowler that does it for you. This time trying to sell a fake, but you fully missed that wall. So they're not going to bite into that here for Sad Esports. They're going to be ready to fight back up middle.
And once Sad accomplish what they need, get info on mid, they're ready to collapse on really any of the angles. Because once you have mid control, it is a very nice shortcut to be able to use that vents to cross over into A or B. He's going to show us a different look, but they get caught by the flash. Khaleesi dips into cover just in time, and Gia, with such a good supportive omen in these last couple of rounds, gives that first blood and gives Ghost Gaming really space to work with on where they want to go next.
Yeah, Kalsushi was a little bit too antsy after pop flashing and peeking into main. They actually saw a couple of players there, and after missing the first shot, to re-peek though was a little bit dangerous to do.
That defensive lurk is gone, but wait, Sleepy Aria just from the ramp claims the tail end of Ghost Gaming's death ball. At least Khaleesi wants to explore the reinforcements that could be rotating in. You heard the rope and waiting before pulling that trigger. More around the corner. Concuss maybe not fully connecting there, but Khaleesi's presence here is what's going to be threatening, and Sad having to address it. They'll have 2 players. Khaleesi picks the moment to nope out of there and play with the team as instead. 3 versus 2 now for the post plant, but Ghost Gaming are getting tagged and spammed. You need Ghost Gaming to retaliate, and so they do to match up the score.
And that's the good thing here about the Neon. You see that she still has the power to be able to escape, except you're not going to be able to bunny hop as much, so maybe some shots could be very doable, but if you put yourself in good positions here, you can definitely escape quite easily. And she finds great timing, great opening too, the walk contact to punish Miku at the entrance of the A site. And overall, you're starting to see here on this map that Neon is still pretty decent right now in the hands of Khaleesi for Ghost Gaming on their opponent's map pick here. And let's keep wanting to pressure into this B main control, because why not? You're trying to push that line away here and trying to have your opponents respect that they can't paint that line on a scope, which is very nice conditioning here for Ghost Gaming to start.
Yeah, surprised Khaleesi didn't want to just grab the orb to just pull out the overdrive if that's something they care about, but Khaleesi very confident they could get the kills either way. Valor will check out mid, nothing to shoot that down. Gaming going in a little bit blind when it comes to mid, as Sari's lurk is successful here for Ghost to once again remove Miku from that angle. So the threat's now limited from that side. It's 2 ready to converge on the other side of the orb, but the timing wasn't fully synchronized as Sekia swung without Kalsushi. And now they become sushi after Ghost Gaming take mid. Oh, hello. Oh, hello! A Bucky right to the dome. Who expects someone to satchel like that? And a quick pivot from Ghost after encountering said Bucky. I understand not wanting to challenge that. Rosetta looks from up below. So manages to take one. But 3v1, I would say, is looking winnable for Ghost.
Good instinct though from Sarah in the end behind the boxes, though that stops bleeding. Because yes, I was holding my breath because it definitely looked doable in the end. Another 2vx scenario that SAT Esports could have converted going into the round. But I think at this point, I like the setup that we currently have here from Ghost Gaming. They're utilizing the Vice wall to support here on the A site lurk with the Viper, and then still put a lot of players to focus into a B main start, so that again you're disrespecting the line that SAT Esports is trying to take the scope, and then you can still try to have different ways to activate the lurk on the A site from the Vice wall and the Viper wall. So again, a great little start, but this round over, Eli is saving her their walls so that they can use it for a B main push. Because this time you don't see Ghost Gaming focus 4 players into a B main control.
I think Cal Sushi just grabbed the orb and garage for Seekers, so there's so many good options for SAD on how they want to kick off this fight, as Miku is trying to keep a safe distance away by using the op and wasn't able to fully contact Siri, and missing out on that pick is gonna hurt. The Nightfall falls down on the A side, and Ghost Gaming take full advantage. They send the Prowler, they send the house, and Khaleesi treats the op with her face, which is not ideal, and the op still remains, and now the Sky is in the picture. Miku will be mostly healthy. Ghost Gaming, though, they have the objective down. They'll get the advantage of time. SAD, though, have the numbers. A Paranoia will get right through the site, satcheling across a little awkwardly, but as they all trickle in, Ghost Gaming have the firing squad in position. So unfortunately for Rosetta, it's not going to end well.
Yeah. Okay, 2 players I want to highlight going into that previous round. First off, the lurk from Siri continues to be amazing here on the A side. You're fighting an Opper on Miku on the one end, and you dink her down to 16 HP, forcing the line back. But then you highlight Miku because she's so confident, being able to try to fight back towards the A main, disrespect the neon wall on top of A side, yet still walking down towards Dream to take down Khaleesi into a slide tackle. That was a sick shot. But in the end, because of that lurk and the damage that Siri has done in the first place, SAT Esports already had the game plan of just having the op in the front side and to try to get some picks so that could give them a chance to retake that site. But as you don't get any picks, their flood retake is so much more difficult when Ghost Gaming already set up here in the pulse plan right after, because most of your resources are still fighting towards middle. So nicely done in the end by Ghost Gaming to prevent the flood retake from happening. And for a team that's was 5-1 so far here for SAT Esports in this split, Ghost Gaming, despite a nerfed up Neon, are still looking quite strong on this map with no compositional change.
Yeah, and Ghost got to pick starting off on offense. It's a very attack-sided map, I would say, and I mean, it's working out. I don't think they're, like, they really don't have that many more kills compared to SAD, maybe a small handful. So this is really coming down to the post plants having so many members still alive. And for SAD, maybe try and prevent this a bit better, which now, in this round, you have a bunch of sheriffs and 1 stinger. So we'll see if SAD kind of desperate strategies they would come up with that. And SAD's initial look was just to stack towards garage, something that Ghost Gaming have been easily able to get through. Now it's okay. You know, Miku has kind of created a weak lurk on this side, so Ghost Gaming want to follow through on that. As Miku with the knives out, waiting for their moment to emerge. See if they can get the right flank. Just the way that Sleepy Arya has had really impactful moments on this ramp fight. Careful. Miku checking every corner carefully. The flash at the back end enables Miku perfectly. And look at this crunch, but the trades for Ghost Gaming pretty much equalize things at all. Khaleesi wish they had used the ult a little earlier. Before encountering SAD at ramp, Remember, this was sad on mostly an eco. A bunch of sheriffs. They now have 2 upgrades, but Ghost Gaming, they have the spike starting to tick down. Vanitas just has to play their life, but sad play for the win.
My gosh.
Thrifty.
A thrifty round for SAD Esports, making a conversion out of that one. I gotta say, Khaleesi kind of gifted a weapon away, not only from missing the overdrive and the timing, but that's another rifle being able to get picked up towards that A main. It first started off well with the Flood retake, though. You have to respect SAD Esports flashing to take control of attacker side A main first to really take down the lurk of Siri, who's been very good in that position in the first place. But then after that, instead of trying to leverage your weapons, the range, and your crossfire setup, they've been really good on in the pulse plant here for Ghost Gaming. They tried to go for hero plays and got punished right away, so that is going to hurt. Maybe another one of those big rounds here that becomes a quick turnaround for SAD.
Oh my god, thank god for that Prowler. Just get down, Mr. President. Prowler right there to save Khaleesi, which just barely is still remaining, by the way. 2 HP with no Sky to heal that up, and at 2 HP, Khaleesi gets first blood. How does that happen? Just getting a pick into vents now really opens up that space as Ghost will just take care of the dog that came down from Cal Sushi's ramp side. Now Ghost will take a second to talk about this.
It's just Jiggles too. Oh, almost caught that one as well. But all you gotta do is control A heaven now for Cal Sushi and wait for your teammates to rotate. Because again, after this timeout, they're still focusing on a lot of mid control for SAD Esports.
Like the patience there from Cal Sushi, but that does mean Ghost Gaming can bring their fortress up with the Viper's Pit. This is going to be even more difficult for SAD to get through. You have a Paranoia. You have nothing left from Cal Sushi. You got Satchels in a Dream for SAD, and Khaleesi 2 HP. At least is good bait for Gia to slam down some multi-kills. As a Steel Garden from Eli just to take care of anything else that SAD had left in their arsenal. Doubling the numbers.
1 enemy
Looking
remaining.
to double the score soon as Ghost Gaming get back on their feet, and just blindly shooting is enough for Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, and they had a good start by getting their thrifty against Ghost Gaming a couple of rounds ago, but then opting to go for a 2v4 while you're actually being caught by the Steel Garden and the pit is still up. I think at that point that could have been a call for SAD Esports to save their weapons, because they could carry over 4 weapons going into this round instead of having a mixed buy going into this current round number 9 here for SAD Esports. So kind of didn't like that result in the end, but Ghost Gaming, I think at this point both teams took advantage in the last 2 rounds of mistakes from their opponents, and that just resets the timing here for Ghost Gaming. I was talking about SAD Esports being able to run away after that thrifty, but now Ghost Gaming are able to still comfortably maintain the lead now of this first half.
Bring them down.
Or someone's in vents, and he is gonna keep pressuring that vents player if Ghosts want to try and overwhelm, and Khaleesi's pushed off the angle, so good resistance from SAD, and Ghosts don't know what's awaiting them on the other side. There's been such a good supportive cast around Khaleesi. Now that the smoke, the orb comes down, there's no presence from SAD and no fight that Ghost can easily take here.
They're always going to be very afraid and respectful for Ghost Gaming, because SAD are able to convert scenarios that they shouldn't be able to convert. This wall, though, if it gets activated, might force them to be a little bit more quicker on the exec.
Eli gonna try and get high ground, but seem to have a split sort of objective here, as Ghosts don't have control of vents if they want to cross over into A. I guess we're going to create a fake on the A side using 2 players, while the 3 stack of Ghosts head towards B. Miku and the rest of SAD very much distracted by this fake, which leaves a completely open site here over at B, but leaves Sari stranded. But hey, she has been an absolute menace on her side of things, and always having eyes on heaven and middle and then heaven. It's going to be a huge boon for Ghost Gaming on this post plant, allowing Khaleesi to focus towards the defender's spawn. No control of garage. Sari's able to take care of matters. Just needs a few more seconds to get this flank generated, as Vanitas puts as much resistance as she can on the front lines, but the timing is a little off for Ghost Gaming. A SAD crunch from all sides, and they keep this game within 1.
Another Laura buy converted by SAD Esports, and that was insane. First off, for Miku to be able to win that laser beam stinger fight on the top of A Heaven was really everything that started toppling down here for Ghost Gaming once again. I felt like they lost their timing potentially for SAD Esports to punish the lurk from Siri on the top of A Heaven, but at the end of the day, it becomes the flood retake into their own favor because Ghost Gaming were all individually trying to find delays and timings and just play their lives so that Siri could get good value off the late rotate, once again, the late lurk into the B main. So CPR are being selfless, satchels in, gets team flashed, but on top of that, still gets value because Kalsushi opens up the playing field right after.
Okay, nice fall. Right through two players of SAD. Now through the wall, Khaleesi can now get backline pressure going. So SAD need a cutoff kill here. And of course, high ground is smoked off. And the kill is amazing from Ghost to seclude and really cause chaos in the SAD camp. Now Seeker, one flashes, but cut off by Thorns. Ghost always have an answer. 4 versus 1. Job's pretty much done. Kalsushi, though, 1v4 brings the team down to half. A high-low. No? Kalsushi has to cross that threshold, and Khaleesi gets ahead of it. That still looks scary. Let's Ghost Gaming get ahead by 2.
Yeah, and not going for the reload too, because it was probably called by inaudible by their teammates that Evil Eli was pretty low on HP, so 7 bullets maybe could have been enough to go for the fight on that double high-low in the back of that B site. And it almost was going to be a round converted again that should have been converted by SAD Esports. I think that will be the story of the series between these two teams if SAD Esports is able to close out on a 2-0 here. But that said, the exit was very nice by Ghost Gaming. The Nightfall got so much value, and SAD Esports just couldn't hold their grounds because of that. So, big ult that was needed.
Yeah, if you think about it, SAD haven't won a rifle round. They won pistol, anti-eco, and 2 thrifties. So it's they're kind of nerfed in this state, I guess. And well, Khaleesi comes knocking. Sekia did not want to meet that unfriendly neighbor. But this is just the power of the neon. Now Khaleesi's been able to tempo shift, and Miku is gonna get assistance from Kalsushi this time. No longer solo on the right side of the map, and Sari giving a lot of respect to this.
And it's a double walk, though, towards this A main. So hopefully these two players on me could stall as much as they can.
Hey, Khaleesi, entry all by herself, and just didn't finish her food. You thought you fully killed the Omen. At least it leaves room for the rest of Ghost Gaming to take over, finish what Khaleesi started, and that's exactly what they have on the menu. Kalsushi in a very familiar situation of a 1 versus 3.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, they don't know where Kalsushi is, but now that the wall is triggered, it is now do or die. Flash out, haunt, a lot on Kalsushi's plate, another flash. Almost was able to line up the 2, but I mean, Ghost Gaming just bail each other out. There was just no way.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was they knew for sure from not only from the wall, but the double push, right? Because it was Kalsushi and Miku going back from the B main, but there was already a trade-off happening in the first place from the market side. I think it was Siri that was holding on that side. But nonetheless, even if they know where Kalsushi is coming from, Kalsushi almost won a 1v4 in that previous round. So yeah, it's good on them to be able to maintain that pressure and making sure here that Ghost Gaming is able to convert another strong round. But you've mentioned it here, 11 Kiwi. It's not the best of rounds for SAD Esports that always has to rely on heroic plays to be able to win these rounds. They haven't been as clean as you wanted to on defense.
Good, something SAD can fight through, and if anything, you poke the bear. And Khaleesi comes in roaring. Now these entries have been so consistent. This was the version of Khaleesi we wanted to see. Not just with the first blitz. We know she can do that. But it's about living through the rest of the round until now. The boss has been killed. And SAD now have threats generating on multiple sides. Ghost Gaming starting to be real nervous. They have no high ground. They have nothing going for them. But when they get cornered, they know how to answer. He has been marked on the drop down. Eli so clean on these executes, by the way. Gives Ghost Gaming an 8-4 half.
Yeah, Eli, another one of these multi-kills in this series so far. Coming up huge for this side of Ghost Gaming. And definitely looking overall for Ghost Gaming a lot more warmed up than they have been on the first map of Ascent. I think it's one of those Oh gosh, let's just try to come out with something new, as I mentioned before on that first map. Let's go back with the double Senti and try to make this work, and just trying to force maybe the play on the side of Ghost Gaming. But now that they're able to play to their comfort picks into a comfortable role for each one of these players, starting to see the value in the end. SAD Esports yet to have a strong round in this map against Ghost Gaming. This round is going to be important as they're sacking 4 players to fight against a 2 on B main for this round.
This is where the double duelist really has to shine. Against a Fade and a duelist. A Neon on the other side. Benitez waits for the to be thrown and right into SAD. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That is way too much smoke. Khaleesi did not want all of that smoke, but we do want a good versus 4. The flash is stupendous from Kalsushi. But Sari's 3K is what gives a kicking chance to Ghost. Asekia, the lone wolf in this round for SAD, has to cross oceans to reach the spike.
Love that these two are sticking together, though, Eli and Sari, to make sure that they try to go for the highest percentage win. Low HP to bait out, and then Eli to swing after.
And make it a 4K from Sari on the second pistol. And Ghost now extending their lead even more, which is gonna spell some doom and gloom in the SAD camp and for SAD fans on any kind of potential retaliation, especially when the rifle round wins just haven't happened in that first half, and the first rifle round is going to be even further away.
Yeah, Ghost almost got caught though with their pants down at the very beginning, because you're seeing Khaleesi was trying to go for the high gear jiggle peek instead of the jump after the prowler, but that should have been like an instant stun instead of a jiggle or something. And thankfully though, Sari was there. I think there was a snake bite probably with these kills, but
oh, what a recon, of course. MEOW dashing across a 2-for-1. You'll take those kind of deals if you're Khaleesi, especially with the
One enemy remaining.
Of course, he had a stinger
Spike
force
down
from
A.
Sekia. Was not able to get close enough for that to have some power behind it. Now Rosetta is going to try to use the element of mystery, also with a sheriff and no other guns in sight. To pull like a rabbit out of her hat.
yeah, and it's already being pinged towards that side too. So in a couple of seconds, there's actually already one watching it. It's Gia watching it from the top of the ramp.
Might as well. There's only so many angles you can watch, so many people to do it. So hey, Ghost Gaming to double digits on SAD's map pick, and it's all gonna depend on if SAD can win this rifle round, which is not really happened thus far, but maybe this is where it's going to look a lot better on an attacking side of things.
An impressive answer back so far from Ghost Gaming after what we've seen on that first half. And I love the resilience that we currently have from Ghost Gaming so far. Despite those 2 eco rounds that you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, in round number 7 and 9, they're still holding strong here.
Oh, yeah, they don't even have money to buy.
Yeah. That was a force we had on the previous round, so I think they're realizing here for SAD Esports that they had to, no matter what, try to go for a surprise stinger buy or something, but then now they're gonna have to play the uphill battle.
SAD be a lot more precise now with mostly sheriffs. As MEOW dashes into vents, hoping to greet a youthful defender there, but no one there.
Poison's off.
And when it rains, it pours. Sari need to use too many bullets for the dog and almost paid the price on a very unlucky turn away. As Sari will reload but not get the third. But MEOW with the Bucky has nothing else to do. No one to bail them out, and that means Ghost Gaming get up to 11.
So far, shotguns are still pretty decent despite the changes.
Yeah.
Even if the Bucky was a little bit hard to get the pick in the first place, I do like that you kind of backed out there on that top B heaven side on that defense, which is why the Bucky didn't get the best value as possible there for MEOW. That was now the forced buy on second round into a mixed buy, and then now back to the rifle rounds, and you're hoping that it becomes clean from now on here for SAD Esports if you're a SAD fan, but we're about to fight World War 14 here on B main.
Stack. A numbered stack on the Ghost Gaming side, and Khaleesi just blossoms with confidence, always getting in SAD's face. And despite the nerf on the agent, really doesn't seem like it's affected Khaleesi at all. And sad, this was going to be the round to turn it all around. First rifle round of the half. And you drop 2 immediately. One of the duelists, but at least you can try to make something happen here. It's an important lurk. Needs the flourish here for Sekia, while Miku just goes hunting, finishes off and goes and follows through on the call that Sekia made of someone towards the defender's spawn. Now Sad try to make this close. 3 versus 5 is how this round started, and it doesn't get any better. Losing Miku definitely gonna hurt Sad's chances here. It doesn't get better when Sekia and Kalsushi can't be together. Seekers. And it's not enough. Ghost Gaming now to match point.
I like the first attempt of repositioning, though, for SAT Esports in that post plant. But I think after the first flash doesn't really get real value when the updraft here from your duelist on the jet got picked off from Miku. I don't think Sekia should have been out in the open on that A ramp. After that, you have to use the element of surprise. It's planted for you on the top of A heaven. You got to kind of just bait Kalsushi, because for Ghost Gaming, they know where Kalsushi's at, but Sekia still potentially had the element of surprise. And then you could still go for the hero plays in that sense. But that said, they were forced to do these type of plays because of the nice push from Ghost Gaming at the beginning of of the last round, when Khaleesi once again gets great value of being aggressive, sliding, and getting value off the judge. So now they've definitely learned from how from how CP Arya has taught them how to play the Neon in the first place, and now we're seeing the Neon Odin on defense. And here's my little anecdote here, Lemon Kiwi, because for a whole year I had CP Arya talk to me about how good that combination is, and I've never seen them use it for Wadadaa in the first place. And now I'm able to see it for Khaleesi on Ghost Gaming. So now I could die happy, because it's actually being used against CP Arya themselves.
And despite, speaking of Sleepy Arya subbing in, they're playing the exact same comp, except Miku is on Jet, where Miku's usually the Raze player. So again, playing around Sleepy Arya's comfort picks. But this was such a good map for Sad, so I'm still so surprised to see this kind of scoreline. They won 13-3, but hold that thought, of course, right into the defenders. Sad march on as a death ball, a flash into the site, and Khaleesi stick to her guns, and Vanitas will back her up. The Nightfall comes in just in time to ping all the players. And now Vanitas will be joined here by Eli to get the spike down and to get Ghost Gaming that much closer to a Haven Map 3 coming up. Sekia and Rosetta, these try to play off of each other. Crossfire situation. Vanitas gets floored. Good moment for Sekia. 2 versus 3. Sat on their last life, and they still have to collect the spike. Rosetta knows what's waiting for her around the corner. And Eli adjusts and taps the head. And taps the sign. We're going to Haven. Map 3.
And a 13-4 answer back from Ghost Gaming on the second map onto SAT Esports pick is huge right now in terms of confidence for the team going into the third map for Ghost Gaming. I also love the fact here that it was still CP Arya that gets the kill against the Odin Neon on the other side here from Marceline, but I think we're in for a treat for this third map right now, Lemon Kiwi, especially now that you're seeing what's at stake, that CP Arya still has to sub here for this third map.
Just for this double duelist comp to not get a single kill, or not a single kill, not a single round in that second half is so surprising from the Sad side after kind of how well drilled they look. 13-7 on Ascent, but now this next map is going to determine who is going to the Game Changers main event. You'll want to stay tuned.
Hey, we got this old mattress,
Waterbed.
and the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, both teams, Sad and Ghost, trade their map picks, and we settle the score on Haven Map 3 to decide who's going to playoffs. Vans, I guess I wasn't expecting this. That split was crazy.
Definitely not for me. I thought it was going to be a 2-0, especially with SAT Esports still sticking to their double duelists. I think even if you're switching duelists from one side to the other between the Jet and the Raze, they're both really good in those agents. So I thought it was going to be a done deal no matter what here for SAT Esports on that second map. But Ghost Gaming came out with a vengeance for the second map and didn't let these thrifties really hurt them like it did on Ascent before. So I love, again, the resiliency from this team to push this into that third map. So I think even if you're looking as well, Lemon Kiwi, into how the frag distribution was across here for Ghost Gaming, everybody kind of had their own thing going on.
Absolutely. And Ghost continued to dominate in the first kill scoreline. For 20 rounds of Ascent, they had 11 first bloods, and in 17 rounds of Split, they have 12 first kills. And a lot of that, again, comes from Khaleesi, or really the rest of the team. If it's not Khaleesi, it's Gia spamming right behind Khaleesi. So I've really liked the support that they've given Khaleesi, where it felt like on the Jet on the first map, Khaleesi was more of kind of that loner play style, if you will. And now that Khaleesi was on the Neon, you just had so much utility behind her. So it was really great, a really great job from Ghost.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day too is what you've mentioned. Not only did you get first bloods on your side, but it's 12-5, but you also converted most of them, right? So being able to not lose in these 5 versus 4 scenarios for Ghost Gaming was definitely ironed out and fleshed out from the first map. So I'm pretty sure it was not only, you know, being comfortable in certain roles and being comfortable in the composition in itself, because you've had reps already for Ghost Gaming on this very map. You've played this comp for every single week of the Swiss stage. It also came probably to a conversation between the coaches and the players of between maps. How do you make sure that you stay as a team going into this fight, which we kind of did Lemon Kiwi from time to time, but 2 versus 1 this time. They stuck together in those scenarios. They made sure that they're able to trade off each other, and that's why we're able to see such a strong 13-4 finish. And if it continues that way for the 3rd map, I think this could be an upset for Ghost Gaming going into the 3rd map.
Yeah, now it's really hard to figure out who is going to come out of this. Haven will be the last map floated here. Again, winner of this will emerge from the Swiss stage, and these are the last 2 matches that we have. So nothing off stream, all the action is happening. You're on the right channel, you're at the right place, and Sad will be defending once again, like just every single other map. So we'll see again how Ghost Gaming or really how Sad are going to operate around, again, having at least a duelist replacing a duelist, which is nice, but it's still also a completely different person. And we also don't know how much safe posting was involved in terms of the comms, the planning, and all that, versus Sleepy Aria, who's obviously going to take a back seat to that kind of structure.
Yeah, this 3rd map is going to be super exciting, no matter who you're cheering for those watching currently online. And if you're a fan of Ghost, the positive thing you can take out of this so far is that despite them still potentially wanting to play Breach in a composition that kind of fell off on this map going into 2026, to see that they were able to still get so many first bloods in their favor for Ghost Gaming in the first 2 maps, but this time being able to convert a lot of these first bloods into rounds for SAT Esports and making sure that they're synergized going into the micro, then you have a chance here for SAT Esports, or sorry, for Ghost Gaming to take this. For SAT Esports fans though, even if they have a roster change because Sleepy Aria has to sub in for the issues that you currently have in terms of power for safe posting, is that potentially here for SAT Esports, you're still playing double duelist with a Phoenix, and we know what Sleepy Aria was able to do on a Phoenix on that first map in the first place. So even if you lose first bloods a lot in your favor, or against you rather, for SAT Esports, the Phoenix play from Sleepy Aria in the mid rounds really saved overall the whole SAT Esports squad. So that's why we're going into a coin flip for the 3rd map in terms of decision.
And I'm wondering, are we going to see the Neon once again from Khaleesi? Because that was incredible. Like, that was the best map of the series for Khaleesi in terms of the first bloods and just overall impact. And the Neon continues for Khaleesi, and now Sleepy Aria will be owning one of the duelists yet again, but this time on the Neon, and then you'll have double Phoenixes and double Chambers, all of that. But I guess a big difference on who's supporting that, whether it's a Sova Fade or a Sova Omen versus a Fade Astra.
Yeah, and now we finally get the real student versus teacher, right? Both of them play Neons this time around. What better storyline they could have going into the 3rd map between Sleepy Aria and Khaleesi. But I do agree with you. The supporting cast from both sides, though, in terms of Smokes or Initiator, could both be very good for these 2 teams. I think the bigger question is the Neon Nurse could potentially see... You can really see the changes from this Neon going to this map because of these long corridors when you're going to have to try to exit for a team. I think you might have good value of sliding through garage for fights or sliding through sewers for fights, but overall, if you're trying to go for the long execution with the fast lanes on that C-long, it's very difficult to do right now for this Neon in this new patch. So we'll see if that changes the playstyle and the approach for these 2 teams on the attack side, if they want to avoid that a little bit more.
And Gia is a very formidable Astra. Kind of surprised you're not seeing the Omen here, but since Ghost Gaming struggled so much on their, you know, attacking or just post plants in the past, maybe the Astra is going to be helping that out more. But maybe you'd like a paranoia for getting through moments like this. Khaleesi just circles the prey, eventually takes down Sekia, and Ghost Gaming set up camp here at C.
Ghost is studying tape for sure now. I'm convinced of how this pistol round went. But I love that they're flipping the map, but there's still players falling down.
Yeah, Ghost Gaming really like to extend towards the defender's site as soon as they planned. It's just, they cannot stay calm, and you can't stay calm when you're watching Eli. My God, the cutoffs are huge. Ghost Gaming haven't given an inch or a mile to Sad until Miku, the star of Sad, able to shine, but now still has to double those kills, and you walk right into someone holding logs. So in the end, Ghost Gaming with pistol.
Yeah, so two things. The first off is the tape that I was talking about here, because that pistol round that we saw from Ghost Gaming on the second map on Split, when they were able to just execute into the B site uncontested, this time around too, to throw Prowler to force a TP away from Sekia, and then even on top of that, have the fast lane from Khaleesi going in from B to C lane to punish the TP from Sekia, was a whole plan drafted to make sure that they're able to take her down. So that was very nice. And secondly, now with the comp changes that we have, or the agent changes and player changes for Sad, it's not actually CP Arya on the Phoenix, it's Miku.
No, ooh, caught lacking, caught with orb in hand. Means Vanita says it's all mine, baby.
I'll find you.
Now Ghost
Bring them
try and
down.
own this defense as well. Haunt being destroyed, maybe just a distraction as Ghost Gaming return to their default.
And the reason why it's super important as well to note that for Miku and CP Arya is, one, Safe Posting used to be playing the Phoenix here for the side of Sad Esports, and secondly, unfortunately, Miku didn't have the best of numbers on Neon the last time around, so maybe giving it to the expert Neon on Sleepy Arya so that they could hopefully convert this third map against Ghost Gaming.
Khaleesi with the stun towards the backside. Blinded, does not care, does not need to see, just needs to, I guess, feel where the action is. And I guess just spray through a smoke. That'll help the judge. Teamwork makes the dream work here for Ghost and the anti-eco. Still a Spectre in hands here of Sleepy Arya. But trying to, well, get into the club with a judge waiting for you at the front door is not going to be amazing for Sleepy Arya. I just want to make sure to check the left corner, and there it is. Popped like a balloon, and Ghost Gaming take the anti-eco.
Yeah, when three people are hiding in the smoke to confirm that they're there and just spamming with a judge is kind of nice for Ghost Gaming here, as it allows for them to have a pretty decent bonus round going into this third round. There is a little bit of a buy on the side of Sari, and I think the other positive thing as well, if you're from Sad's camp, is that Sari wasn't really able to activate as much yet here on the attack side, because most of the actions being overtaken by Khaleesi and Veritas doesn't really allow for the alert to get activated, and her responsibility is most likely to just to hold for the A-line push.
And Sari came off as a more safe lurk, at least from when she was on the Viper on Split, and rather play for information than play for the stat line. So now Ghost Gaming really playing the mind games. I'm bringing up the neon wall, not sending the neon, turning to their default, trying to grab orbs. Ghost Gaming walking into a trap here. It's Kazushi. Here's the pistols. Decides to pull a trigger. And Ghost Gaming have a response. That's what's important. I worry about Rosetta, though, maybe coming up on the flank. But Ghost Gaming have something good here. Except when they hesitate and they return to spot. And Rosetta is there at the perfect time. It's going to decide to paranoia and shift out, just in case there's more numbers than they expect.
Khaleesi just has to stand her position so far too, because right now she can still keep cutting her rotates from the B over to the A site, or the C site, and they're also paying the garage just in case they see Rosetta crossing towards that side. So they're gonna walk up on that spot. That's why it's being smoked up by Gia. It'll be a plant for them, but I don't like that they're not flipping the map. There you go, finally turning it around, planting it here for the back spawn for Khaleesi.
Spike planted.
Wondering what the final spot is going to be for Sleepy Arya. Are you pushing through garage solo? Looks to be the case. Don't have time to really follow through, but now you just want to sync up on how this retake's going to go. Sekia makes noise, brings attention towards them, and Ghost Gaming, they keep their eyes peeled on all angles. So you don't know how many members are pushing through so many angles, and as soon as Sleepy Arya comes through garage, Ghost Gaming, they retaliate. There's the resistance now, and through the post plant, Ghost Gaming drop like flies.
Could do this.
Great shots coming out in the end here for Sad Esports. Again, another one of those rounds where I don't think Sad Esports should have won. Yet able to convert that on a 2 versus 3, especially I think even on that first kill, when we saw that walk up from Sekia, she TP'd back into the cubby where she didn't really need to, but it still worked out. The double swing outside of the smoke, won their individual 1v1s. And you just talked about it as well, Lemon Kiwi. A little bit of overreaction for the side of Ghost Gaming to run back into the positioning of Rosetta into the window was probably that first element that allowed SAT Esports to have a better read on how they wanted to retake towards that C site. But the crossfires were already there for Ghost. They shouldn't have lost it.
Vanitas has had an incredible match 3 and a long-time Ghost Gaming player. He's part of the core since kickoff, and now the Nightfall rains down on SAD's parade, and there's been a lot of C trio here from Ghost. Now they come around through the cross side. There's 3 members of SAD just still trying to find targets. Sekta gets crossed up. Kalisa has been amazing with these walls to isolate these 1v1s, but now that the smokes are gone, Miku's run it back gets reset. And we have a 3 versus 2, but Spike's still not planted. Important cutoff here from Sari. Adjusts, he still lives with 30 HP. Is Miku in a 1 versus 2. Very doable for the duelist extraordinaire. He's gonna sell Flash, but he's gonna try and retake from a different side.
Almost could have had that 1v2, but now by flashing themselves, it's not gonna give them a good chance to really win this in the end. We talked about the Group A for Ghost Gaming. Thankfully, though, both of them are one-shotable in the chest with the weapon that Miku currently has. Still has a flash to work with.
Ghost Gaming has 1 enemy remaining. Based on the time, Miku wins the first 1v1. And Sari, last hope. Now it's ring around the rosy. And Sari gives Ghost the 3rd round.
Great shot by Siri, too. And the reason why I say that the 1v2 was so hard when it was so doable in the first place for Miku was she got caught there by the C's thrown by Vanitas towards the spawn. So you're trying to wall, you're trying to flash after you get the first pick in the front of that C site, because you would expect that the chamber is still lurking and trying to get the backstab on you. But because you flash yourself and you already made so much noise, it's like, ah, well, that element of surprise is already gone, and you have 0 information if the lurk is actually happening or not on the lurk from Siri. So Miku had to guess it out, and unfortunately, he has Sari coming in with another big clutch.
Have another Sage and Sad, but if I know one thing, is that Sad and Thrifties go together.
Yep.
That's just it. But now you're playing the range game, so Sad are going for a desperate push. The double duel is walking up the C to grab the orb in front of Ghost Gaming like that. It's an insane pull from Miku. And of course, the Kiaria gets tagged up too. And as they just frantically run back to the site, Ghost Gaming have already out-macroed them. And outgunned them, I guess, mostly. But Ghost Gaming had the better buys anyway, but didn't love that orb grab.
Yeah, me neither. I think especially when the players haven't really been activated for Ghost Gaming in the first place. They haven't made any noise. SAT Esports didn't try to peek into other areas where they could try to find some early information. You have to expect that players are going to stick back towards that spawn and prevent any ecos from getting any trap plays going forward. So to not continue to walk contact to make sure that the coast is clear before they pick up the orb, that's a small little mistake on the side of Miku. And this is now Ghost Gaming slowly running away with his first half. This is 4-1. The only round you've won so far was SAT Esports on the anti-bonus. And now it's up to the attack side to try to go quick towards the A side from the flash.
Right.
Fake to start. Look at that. Everybody's being pulled towards this A side, Lemon Kiwi.
Very slow default too from Ghost. They don't get the C game changers teams take their time, and Sad, they don't know about really slowing things down. They run through the map. Ghost Gaming, they get the picks they need. And the Cosmic Divide is kind of selling a fake here at A, and Ghost Gaming changed their minds a lot.
Gonna have to keep thinking about these amount of first bloods that Ghost Gaming are currently taking against SAT Esports, catching Miku off guard too after selling the fake on that A site. Nice little start in the very beginning.
Oh, we don't know. And the spike doesn't get planted. You have to really address the omen in the room. And Rosetta just does not want to be here, not without a team. He's going to go back towards main. Ghost Gaming still choose the time to go for a plant in the midst of what seemed to be a lot of threats. Now Benitez Rosetta facing off at C long. Kalsushi with a big double as soon as they were recruited into the C site. It turns into a win for SAT.
That's a mistake too from the micro for Ghost Gaming. I think it was smart too for Vanitas to throw the C's towards that back of the site. But Gia already went into Astral form before confirming if there was actually a tether coming out from the orb in the first place. So she gets caught, and then that allows here for Rosetta really created a distraction, sorry, on the C side by TPing away and allowing Kalsushi to enter in through the smoke and getting these picks in the trade in the end. So miscomms for sure for Ghost Gaming in that pulse plant scenario. They did good though for faking towards that A site first and breaking ankles, but that one small little mistake, not confirming the tether onto the C's, cost them that round.
Ghost Gaming, 2 lurks now being activated. Khaleesi needs all the support she can get with an overdrive available. Already trying to make sure the Sad aren't just going to walk through this middle courtyard. Outlaw's presence being marked, and now Ghost looking to address it, and they already pierced through one defender just sitting on B. And Sleepy Arya just has to return to a safe position while Miku is anything but safe. Will manage to get back to the site in time.
Love that bait and switch on the bottom of window, and that already is going to work out for a good kill because Sekia already got the leg onto Khaleesi in the first place, so hard for you to take A site.
Nice adjustment there from Sleepy Arya, and kind of through a frantic macro game from Sad. They still have the numbers, but do they have the win? Hunter's Fury from Kalsushi is really putting a wrench into the gears of Ghost Gaming. Eli has nothing left to heal themselves up back with, but at least the spike goes down, and you hear the footsteps. Ghost Gaming have to be aware, and well, it costs a lot of HP, and now Vanitas is cooked. So sad. Keep themselves at arm's reach to their opponent.
And Miko's still getting a pick while she's getting pinged out, or they're getting pinged out rather by the Haunt, and is able to drop Evil Eli on the top of the garage of that B to C. Very, very nice. And as I was critiquing a little bit for Sad Esports in terms of them not really converting some clean rounds so far, we're starting to see a little bit of a resurgence here. I like the proactiveness that we've seen on that bottom of that B window push, and I think it's them realizing, okay, well, there is ways for us to really pressure down towards this mid because they're playing against a chamber in the first place. So trying to get active information is not really there yet for Ghost Gaming. It's been a lot of reprowlering on the side of Vanitas when you're working these extremities instead of trying to have Seri activated from time to time to really get forward lines and allowing the TP to escape. In a couple of rounds at the beginning, though, it did worked out because they caught the timing of Sad Esports trying to walk down in the wrong spaces. But this time around, they've cleaned up the act a bit from round to round for Sad Esports, and they're doing a pretty decent job for controlling that mid side.
Yeah, I swear like 90% of these plans from Ghost have all been on the C site. 3 successful retakes, of course, out of 7. But Ghosts have really changed their approach on how they're getting there. Whether it's deep smokes into C, getting pigs, really punishing Sad, and then reacting afterwards. But Ghost Gaming know that it can be cleaner, and this hack pause turns into a technical pause. Making sure no one's lagging. Allows me to have a bite of my snack, but yeah, good
Oh, so that means
series.
I would have to talk the whole time while you take a bite of your snack?
No, I actually finished my cookie already.
Unlucky. But no, definitely a good series so far because as we were just talking about the win cons for Ghost Gaming in the first place, is how good they've been for trades, how good they've been still converting first bloods. It was still kind of there here for Ghost Gaming for this third map. But when I was talking about the win con for the side of Sad Esports, it had to be Sleepy Arya as a Phoenix. Unfortunately, that rule kind of changed a bit, and you saw a little bit of that struggle in the beginning for Sad Esports on cleaning up the act, because this is a new rule as well for Miku, having to play the Phoenix instead of the Neon. Now you also don't have your scrim partner into safe posting playing the Neon into this map. And maybe if safe posting was playing today, would Miku still be playing the Neon today, right? And you don't give that responsibility for Sleepy Arya, has been very good for the Neon in the past for Wadadaa. And I think because of that, maybe it unbalances the timing a little bit, that Miku needs a little bit of readjustments into this role and going into Sad Esports for this map. But overall, now you're able to see that they're keeping the series quite close. So you'll take that small W for now here for the side of Sad Esports. Oh, I love that.
We get a note from production that someone had a spill. which hopefully not on any equipment, but that's going to be something that you want to deal with. While we also deal with this pause, because Ghosts have a run it back. I wonder kind of how much they can really simplify the round, or how much Ghosts want to keep leaning back towards the default, which they take all this time to get information, and then it usually just ends up being a C hit anyway.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think the thing is that you can keep it simple as well, just running it back through the garage as you're executing towards the C site as well. But they have gone for a little bit of defaulting at the beginning of these rounds, where you pop flash for Eli over the wall onto the A side and then fastly down sewers. And it seems to be the case for this round.
Stun against the curveball. Miku, you can't leave yet. Now the run it back activated from the Phoenix on the attacking side of things. Curveball out, middle, no kills, and an immediate reset.
Wow.
As Sari comes through short and makes this a winnable situation. But of course, Ghosts are a little bit paranoid about the flank, and their raid was right. Sekia has an op behind them. That's not something we've ever seen her hold in this series. Ghost Gaming have to respect it. They also have to tempo up. They can't let this op get activated. Just wait. They're looking for picks. And you got at least Sleepy Arya pretty nervous on this Neon, but
Going up.
Ghost Gaming have one last Prowler if they want to play with, but it's a lot of hesitation in the Ghost Gaming camp. And oh, this is the crack of the wall. Sleepy Arya is down. Ghost Gaming clash. Speaking of clashes, we have a 1v1 to decide the round.
Benitez picked up a Guardian. Now doesn't have a timing to pick up another weapon, because that would give her position away. So Sekia has an opportunity to get the value off this op.
Benitez, yeah, is going to get that information from the team. Last spotted on the flank. All the time in the world to change, and Sekia changes the outcome and gives Sad the tie game.
He didn't even have a chance to talk about it when we came back from the tech pause, though, that Ghost Gaming was also on a lower buy going into this round. So they tried to leverage a little bit of fast lanes and also fast tempo from the Phoenix ult and Neon to try to overtake the A site, but good utility by SAD Esports to prevent that flood from happening from Ghost Gaming on the attack side. Came down to the 1v1, made it expensive at least for this round for SAD Esports going into round number 9, and this buy that you currently have could also break the econ if Ghost Gaming is able to turn this around. This next round here, there's no plant for Ghost Gaming, who could also potentially turn into an eco for Ghost in round number 10.
Odin buy is interesting here. I'm thinking because they've marked Cal Sushi at the deeper parts of A main, so if you want to spam through that, it just seems to be Khaleesi running like they don't have the heaviest gun in the game. Meanwhile, Satter going to continue to explore, trying to flank through this A-long side. Khaleesi at least opens up the site. Now you're stuck caged in with Ghost Gaming as the retake settles around the corner. Eli Ready's on the front lines, but the top of the site remains unsmoked. This is where flashes and a lot of trouble can come as Ghost just takes shelter. They don't even LOS it quite yet.
Alert.
Jiggle from Benitez, and all sights are forward while Sari works their magic, and now they're needed more than ever. The element of mystery is gone. HG on the post plant could try to stop this defuse, but it is being held all the way to the end. It goes Gaming.
Oh my god.
Wait, they killed the diffuser at the last second. Oh my god.
That was so close too, because it looked like the grab well was off, because you were still able to stick that spike on the defuse, and it didn't look like Sekia was there to really body block either for the defuse. So that was so close there. A close call that Gia was able to win in the end and fix her little mistake. Again, one of these small mistakes could always render very costly for Ghost Gaming, but thankfully Gia was there. And I wonder if she just kept spraying inside that smoke. She didn't see anybody coming out of the grab well, like right in the center of that eye. So they're like, oh crap, they're probably still defusing. So thankfully they did. And as we wait for the spam to stop, you're seeing, as we just mentioned before, no matter who was going to be losing that round was going to be forced into an eco, and SAD Esports are going to be the ones at the suffering end of this round.
I was about to say SAD were minimizing risk, at least with these mid-map walk-ups, and now they're more pushing the perimeter. So Miku barely gets away with that, but unfortunately won't be able to access the gun. That could have been a nice upgrade. At least Miku will be back at full health. And Sad and these egos, man, it's a different beast. So here comes Khaleesi trucking in with the Odin after spamming through Garage. Sad on their toes. Kalsushi is on the edge of defeat. You reset the run it back from Sad, but Ghosts just need the space to actually get into the site. It's a decent exchange. Ghosts are the ones at a deficit despite the better weaponry. And now Sekia watches like a hawk towards spawn. And this could just yet be another Thrift or at least an eco round for Sad. It's traded back and forth. All that matters is that Sad have come out ahead earlier in the round, and that means Eli in a 1 versus 3 will not pull it off. It does end up being yet another Sad Thrifty.
What a big round by Miku too. Getting that first kill that Gia shouldn't have lost at the bottom of that C lane. Winning that one with a stinger, but also kind of got caught off guard with the run it back, but thankfully CP Arya was there with the overdrive to save her teammate and also making sure that they're able to convert here for numbers. They had the full read. They knew the lurk was coming from Syria on the top of the B site too, so CPR, they just held their position towards that back of that spawn. And Ghost Gaming just really had no grasp of that round after losing the first map control and information from that. So they're going to be on their own eco now.
Wow, we have not seen a B push from Ghost yet, and well, Khaleesi was just trying to thrive through all the chaos of the smokes, but eventually gets punished. And I like that Sad just not gonna let Khaleesi just run the game. I mean, it's Sad running the game just based on the buys right now, when this has been as even of a first half as you can get. No real lead has been created. And Sad have stifled the G push. Here comes secondary plan of Ghosts. 2 versus 4 with the 2 pistols. Good luck, GN Vanitas. Now, you definitely don't want to invest any ults here, obviously.
Spike planted.
At the top of the side, Vanitas gets a look in. Vision fades to black. Sad now will be in a 1-round lead.
Kind of just gave your position away too by throwing that Prowler in the window into the B link. Yeah, maybe it's trying to bait some players that you're asking to walk in and try to go for a pick. But GS will stay pretty quiet towards the default spot of that C plant. And they unfortunately couldn't really win that round in the end when Sad Esports knew where you were going to be pretty much in the pulse plant scenario, but at least you get the plant. That allows for you to get money into the last round of this first half. But man, is this going back and forth. Sad Esports able to string 3 rounds in a row since this round number 6-2 to keep that game very close into the final moments where you could actually have a clean slate going to the second half here at Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, we were talking about like the impact of the Astro. You're supposed to have the stronger post plan. I mean, you just saw the amount of successful retakes that Sad had. I mean, purely based on numbers. And speaking of numbers, Sad going to be hailed down by a Nightfall. Numbers favoring Ghost Gaming on the entry. Here's the flash. Sleepy Arya takes down 2, resets the run it back, and Ghost Gaming will follow through. So death do they part. 2 remain, and this is an all-out bloodbath to determine the round, and Eli is just perfectly leaving Rosetta with no support. The half ends tied.
And it was looking good to stall in the first place for Sad Esports until we got into a moment of chaos that slightly slowed down for a split second where Miku got caught with Utila in hand, so they couldn't really trade out with their teammates. And then it allowed Ghost Gaming to have 2 individual 2 versus 1s and to keep this, again, into a clean slate. Into the second half, all of this series matters into this last half. Loser of this gets eliminated.
Ooh, and that's now both teams fully warmed up, whether they have their core, whether they have their sub. And at least 3 of the players from Ghost Gaming have been together since kickoff, almost like an entire year, or at least half year together. So this is where friendships, the bonds have to last as they march on, looking to crunch towards the courtyard. Watching this carefully is Rosetta. Gonna call out this push, now pivot towards following the pain train that is going towards a long, and Vanitas is just a brick wall, taken down 2. And Ghost Gaming generate the flank. They waste no time chasing the tails of the mice of Sad that run towards the A site, and they cannot scurry any longer as Sleepy Arya pretty much knows they're cooked at this point. 18 HP. And Ghost Gaming, they just run the game. They take both pistols in this map.
That's crazy, though, that Vanitas was able to hold that A line for so long. Getting affected by flashes, stuns, and still swings out for that second kill to be able to take down both duelists is insane there for the defensive side. And stalled long enough. I mean, by that time that Vanitas falls, all other 4 players from Ghost Gaming were already trekking behind their fallen teammate to be able to overtake that round and win a strong pistol. And that is going to hurt for SAT Esports mentality and momentum, in my eyes, going to the second round. Play it safe here for Ghost Gaming. Put your chamber in the front line first and see what you get here as SAT Esports are trying to get this plant on C.
Bucky wants to get it posted personal, but how about that? Before you can even think, Sari spams through the smoke,
Spike down.
and
C.
Ghost just annihilated any chance that Sad had to pull off another thrifty. So I was hoping to get ahead by now a couple rounds and have the healthiest of bonuses that they can, bringing out 4 weapons into the games.
Yeah, 4 weapons. Even upgrading for others that needed weapons to get picked up too. It's looking fairly strong right now for their bonus round. Although what they bought into the anti-eco was only a Spectre and a Stinger too. Well, not necessarily only, but they brought that into the rest of the buy. So it's not necessarily the strongest of bonuses, but they'll definitely have a strong gun round in the next. So I think what you're going to try to draft up upon here for Ghost Gaming is to try to go for some sort of a trap play to get value out of this.
Revealing area.
It's Sad. Need to catch up here. Don't want to let the snap, the series get away from you. Not after how you started the series. Seki is now going to get checked and kind of gets a taste of her own medicine. And now the spawn getting infiltrated by Ghost and Seki. I mean, there's no place to hide. Now you just have to fight back. And just while running, gets caught. And at least that's enough of a distraction for Sad to get A site planted.
All right, so Miku could maybe just get this 1 kill towards that spawn, and it becomes a 2v2 on A site.
Teleport's ready.
Actually, they're fully flipping and fully pushing the lanes.
And Miku gonna just rejoin the team, watch that B cross. So 2v1 when it comes to mid. And a 1v3 for Kalsushi. Just can't handle the heat, has to get out of the A site. Now Sad just have to almost retake into their own planted site, and at least they win their gunfights. 2 versus 2. Ghost using through the smoke, the fire, the flames, and Vanitas keeps the round on lock. And at least it was half defused, so she'll have to
save the day.
Wow, again, this is just great stalls coming in from the defensive line for Ghost. We look at the pistol round that it was Vanitas, but this time around to have that chamber walk up on that B line, Sari getting info, keeping both of them, 2 players actually towards that A lane to allow the rest of Ghost Gaming to say, oh, we probably have a 3 versus 1 now on towards the A site. And on top of that, Kalsushi gets instantly dismissed on the top of heaven as they're trying to jiggle peek, trying to find info, maybe trying to get 1. At least to try to keep Sad in the game in the post plant. But all these forward positionings didn't pay out in their favor, and unfortunately they also pay the price of losing their gun run against the bonus of Ghost.
Yeah, winning that bonus would be the difference maker. Run it back now, and it just immediately gets reset. Gia, this is the time to shine if there ever was one. And the defense holds. It's a brick wall, and Saturn countering it face first. And now they double up their numbers. And of course, the buddy system gives them back the advantage despite the work that Gia did at the beginning. Vanitas gets the other 3. Double digits now for Ghost.
Wow. It did such a good exit for SAT Esports off the run it back, getting info and getting openers with the slide tackle from Sleepy Aria. But somehow they get no communication of what's happening from Vanitas after the nightfall. Even if everybody's getting deafened, somebody has to call in the comms of what lane is not being watched. And Vanitas just clearly, easily walks into the C site and just mows down, lines up all 3 players on 3 individual instances, but still on that same line from that C garage ramp into the back of that C site. This is gonna hurt.
23 kills, by the way, for Vanitas. What a map And especially what a round that we just saw from the initiator is going to check that, and Khaleesi doesn't even need support. Vanita says, wait, we're fighting? And Khaleesi repositions off the wall. Is going to get an amazing angle on Sad here if they're not careful. They're also worried about short. Sad are going to have the whole team here. Their chamber's still lurking. The drive-by works out, and Sad bail each other out.
And unfortunately, two off positions and a couple of whiffy shots coming out here from the defensive side. 1v1, and that's the re-peek from Sikia is actually insane, but that gives good info here for Sad that they could backpedal back into the C-site line if they want to. Looks like they're going to do just that.
The timing here, Eli is going to be pretty big, especially when the run it back gets activated, but you want to maybe let Sad settle in. Goes so successful on the retakes. So Eli will get activated shortly. Sad are going to outnumber this site, but Sari does not matter. As sturdy as ever, but Sad, they know how to retaliate when it matters the most. Cal Sushi goes to watch, and he flanks while the rest of Sad get ready. Try and catch up on this scoreline. Eli now can't even use the ult. 1 versus 3, and has every corner in the world to check. Not as much time to do it. Oh, and now there's an op that's going to check you as soon as you even touch the spike. This is going to be an impossible round for Eli to win, but puts the op down. Knows there's one in main. Eli! Oh, caster bless! The Phoenix Extraordinaire! Ghost have pulled it off and get to 11.
And for once, you actually have a disadvantaged scenario for Ghost Gaming that goes into their favor that Sad Esports should have lost. Even the Hot Hands missed the cubby, yet Evil Eli is able to move down and isolate 3 individual fights. That was unthinkable. First off, I didn't like the post plant that they had, because they had a perfect entry for Sad Esports to open it up, and then they still had time to plant for at least tucking it into the boxes so that all 3 could play a better line to cover that spike. Yet after, through the chaos one more time, Sad Esports are not communicating with each other here, and Evil Eli just had the highlight reel and probably the save here for Ghost Gaming to guarantee moving into the main event, because look at the econ that you currently have for Sad Esports. They've been buying pretty much every single one of these rounds since the bonus round in round number 15. And they're not converting here, Lemon Kiwi.
And the only Red Bull clutch of the series goes to Eli, and that keeps the 5-round win streak intact for Ghost. Sad haven't won a round in this half. And you have the double duelist. Of course, you have a sub. That's fine. That's something we can keep coping about. But Sad, if they don't win here, the series feels like it's pretty much over. I guess you'll have maybe one last buy into the last potential round, but if there's anything that Sad can do, it's pull off miracles when it comes to these lower buys.
Don't hold back.
But to what extent, right? I think on the first map here, Lemon Kiwi, they did so good to convert these rounds on Thrifties, but still run away with it. But Split, they got 2 of them. Yet it was still one-sided, 13-4 in favor of Ghost Gaming.
Oh. That's being heard. Shot being taken from Sari. The spike gets dropped just walking out, and who expects like people to be sitting in mid like that? And as the dust settles, the defense, the big advantage by 1. Sad still needing to actually clear into the site, so dropping bodies without space is not how they want the round to have started.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, the quick
Spike
check.
down
I mean, Eli is fired up after that Red Bull clutch, and Rosetta has to pull off a clutch of their own. Try and give Sad a chance, and it's like Eli chases the last player down. It's match point, series point for Ghost Gaming.
Match point.
And economy, thankfully, not in full shambles for the side of Sad Esports, but it definitely looks like Ghost Gaming are currently walking on water. I think if they're still losing 1 or 2 players in the process of the macro Sad Esports, they have so many players who are hot right now that could just convert the round back in their favor. This is such a tough ask for Sad Esports to try to convert, so they are gambling for a 5-player hit up towards the seaside push.
This is all on the line. This is for the main event, and the run it back gets reset. Sad. They only got a small look into the site. That's all they need. Get it planted. The smokes keep the site protected for now, as Ghosts have their own run it back in store, as Eli will get in position. True Garage puts the wall down, actually going through the top of the site, as Seki has to hold down the flank, limit the angles that Ghost Gaming are taking, but through the front line, through front to back, Ghost Gaming are as successful as ever, as Sekia, the lone wolf, roars one final time, as Ghost Gaming will defuse the hopes of Sad Gaming from making the main event. A big congratulations to Ghost as they emerge through the Swiss stage.
What a turnaround as well here, as their map pick on Ascent didn't come out in their favor, but they came out fighting and they came out swinging for that second and third map, also changing their composition going into the third map. No breach, trying something new, and they make it work. So a big congratulations for Ghost Gaming, as they're now another team able to make it to the main event in a week and a half.
And a mini reverse sweep, if you will, just dropping 7-13 on Ascent and being able to adjust and warm up in the biggest of ways, absolutely dominating 13-4 on Split, making sure that Sad lost every rifle round on Split, to then having a more even performance on Haven, but fully coming alive when it came to their defense, not dropping a single round on Ghost Gaming's defense. Now that is resilience, and big congratulations, like we've said many of times, to all of Ghost Gaming, whether they're working with substitutes or working with their core. They made the roster adjustments since the start of the year, and this is now a very solid team that can hope to challenge the best of the best in playoffs.
Yeah, and with that, we'll go into a break, and when we come back, we'll have a chance to talk with Gia of Ghost Gaming.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. We've reached the end of our first series. We have another one around the corner and an interview. But first, we have to look smart and look at numbers because, I mean, that last Haven map was so interesting to watch.
Definitely. There was a lot of highlight reels coming out from Eli, but I gotta say, I think it's just unfortunate that Ghost Gaming had to go with like that last minute sub from safe posting over to Sleepy Aria. I think they did whatever they could there for Sleepy Aria in that first map, but throughout the series, I think because of these duelist changes and role changes, it might have hurt and affected SAT Esports in the long run.
Man, these first bloods are outrageous. From 11 first bloods to 12 first bloods to 15 first bloods. Like, ghosts just get better and better and better, and I think that's why they came out on top of this series. But we also want to just get ahead of this series and look at, well, okay, wow. Over 20 kills from Vanitas. Already gave them a huge shout out. And just across the board, Ghost Gaming led with such confidence everywhere they went. It was just really good teamwork and just the buddy system that they had. I never felt like they had to rely on 1v1s as much as other situations.
Yeah, no, they definitely were able to play as a team a lot, especially on this third map here for Ghost Gaming. And for me, again, like I said, when you bring in such a super sub on the side of SAT Esports and you look so good on Split in the first place throughout the season, I thought it was going to be GG already for SAT Esports for 2-0. But I love that Ghost Gaming was able to fight back, and I love they're able to bring this upset now into this third map and now move into the main event.
Yeah, and we're going to be so excited to get thoughts from the controller extraordinaire. It's Gia joining us for the Verizon post-match interview. And oh my god, congratulations, Gia.
Thank
what
you.
a series, what a marathon. You have now made the main event with the rest of the team. Bring me through the emotions. What are the vibes like over there?
We're very happy right now. It was very nervous after first map, but we all came together like, we got this, just play like ourselves and we'll win out.
Speaking about nervousness, I probably have to think about all these 2 versus X scenarios that your opponents were able to take up against you on that first map of Ascent. So first off, I wanted to talk about how you felt with this composition of playing this double Senti against what you had up against on SAT Esports, and what did you discuss going into the second map to make sure that it didn't happen going into the second map?
I think what we discussed is being more together, like, and fighting up, because we felt that we were more confident and better at shooting than they were. So we decided after just to lock in, play together, play our numbers, and be confident and just swing. That's really all.
And I felt like your confidence especially really started to turn up on Split. Like, you supported Khaleesi or Marceline so well, just spamming right behind her, and like you were at the top of the charts. What made you not want to follow? What made you more comfortable on Astra when it came to Haven versus just following through on the Omen that you played for the rest of the series?
I think for me, it's easier to call because I feel like I have more map control. I could stare at my map a lot longer. And I trust my team to just go kill them all as I play that post or I play for the win.
Yeah, for somebody to kill them all, definitely Veritas and Eli did an excellent job in that department.
Yeah.
But let's continue to talk about that third map, Gia. Not only for you to call better here on Astra, but this was a whole compositional change going into the roster in that third map, because you were playing that Neon, you were playing Cypher, but the comp in itself was a lot of Neon Breach for the whole split until we got into this moment. So how much prep had to come in from the coaching staff, and how much time did you have to be able to iron it out going to this third map against SAT today?
Honestly, it was a last minute like decision because we figured that we have a lot of aimers on the team, so we might as well put them on roles that make them shine. Shout out to both of my coaches, Indra and Relic. They put in so much time and effort into teaching us how to play this comp and giving us so much room to learn and to grow in such a short amount of time.
Awesome.
And that work absolutely paid off. You are now in the main event. Do you have a message to all of the other teams in playoffs to watch out for Ghost Gaming, or maybe something nice for the fans? Floor is yours.
I would just want to shout out to all of my teammates today. They did amazing, especially Tung Tung Devil and Tung Tung God. That's Drew and Eli. They love those nicknames. And honestly, just watch out because I feel like we're such an underdog, and I feel like if you don't take us seriously, you're not going to win.
Absolutely. And you guys came out as the top dogs here today. Thank you so much for the interview, Gia.
Thank
Congratulations. And we cannot wait to watch you in the main event.
Thank you.
Amazing. I mean, guys, we only have 2 matches today. That was one of them. And it went to an absolute map 3 banger. And up next, we have Catface versus Mask Treasure to determine that final spot in the main event. You won't want to miss it. This is our last series of the Swiss stage here at Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. It's still Vans, it's still Lemon here bringing you through all the action. And we have only one team that can make that main event between these two. It's Catface versus Mask Treasure. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, so am I. And I always hate being week number 5 or the last week here of Game Changers going into the quals to the main event, because I just hate seeing teams go. But I mean, we're gonna have to go through it. Tis life, but it is going to be Catface versus Mask, and it's going to be a fun one because it's two teams for me, at least for Mask for me on one end is kind of new, but for at least for Catface, there's so many players in there that have been around the GC scene for the longest time here, Lemon Kiwi. I think for me personally, it'll have to be Luna Fox, who's been around for the longest time, grinding the GC scene for the longest time as well, and never wanting to give up to make it to a deep main stage run. They've done it in the past though with Misfits, but they're hoping to repeat it this time with this roster.
Yes, and my fellow redhead, or partial redhead, I guess. Loving the hair, Luna. But yeah, of course, a lot of these players have either come through Teddy Tactics. There's also some that have come from other regions, like Raven, known for her time in GC Latam. So excited to see this roster on the big stage. And now they're going to be facing Mask Treasure, who are also on their very last qualifying match. And they're even newer to the scene than a lot of the members on Catface. So Mask Treasure, that's kind of going to be a very uphill battle for them when it comes to trying to come out ahead in this series, because Mask Treasure at least just came off of a win against Monarch, but now they have to carry that momentum against this Catface team, where Catface at least have been a very known quantity in terms of just the brand of Catface and also the players of Catface.
I think that's the thing too, when it comes down to like synergy for this team for Catface, I think they should still be okay, because if I'm not mistaken, Raven and Elaborate were together in the past with Mac and Cheese, and then Sekia also played with Raven in a past iteration of YFPX, right? So there is a little bit of synergy from some of these players, but now going to Mask Treasure, I do agree with you, they are fairly new going into the Game Changers Swiss stage, as a couple of them have actually played together in the past on their silly shooters. That's Swerve, Zoe, and Rotten, and they weren't really able to qualify into the main event. They've always fallen kind of short, especially getting very close to qualifying from time to time into the Swiss stage. But this is now the highest that they've been so far here for Mask Treasure going into this game, and now a potential to make it into the main event, which would be the furthest they've ever been.
And this is the whole point of this platform and of this, quote, path to pro, is that a lot of the players from Mask Treasure, like the ones you point out of Zoo, Rotten, and Swerve, kind of grew up through Raidiant Academy. And I kind of like the school system of you kind of graduate from the Raidiant Academy, you compete in Game Changers, and you hope to use that as a stepping stone to maybe compete in challengers or other qualifiers or just other tournaments in general. This whole system exists to really build confidence and to also be a really amazing safe space. But our players are not going to be anywhere safe when they go to Pearl, Split, and Ascent, which is going to be our map pool, starting off with Catface's map pick.
Yeah, Catface picking up Pearl so far. They've been 2-2, so not always been their cleanest of maps, but whenever they're winning these games, they're able to win it very convincingly. I think falling around through Ghost Gaming and Wadadaa is tough opponents to play against. We've just seen what Ghost Gaming is able to do in that previous matchup that we just casted, but Wadadaa is also Wadadaa at the end of the day. So I think when you're facing off against tough opposition and still able to put some good rounds, and from then on learning of where the gaps could be when you're testing this composition, testing the map against good teams, you probably know how to play now against a team like Catface going into Pearl. So I'm okay now with Catface picking this.
And I feel like Mask Treasure have really found a good stride towards the end of this Swiss stage. A lot of their wins are coming towards the round 3, round 4, and round 6. So definitely putting in the work to try and make this main event, because if you do not win this match, y'all, you have to requalify for stage 2, and there's quite a break in between. So I mean, you get to play more matches, I guess, when you get to the very last round of the Swiss stage, which means there's more tape on you, but all that matters is how you improve from match to match to match, which I've definitely seen that from Mask Treasure, but the players on Catface have been very much known quantities across the board, and they get to go to their first map pick here on Pearl to decide if they can set the tone of this series.
And a lot of these teams going to GC for the last couple of weeks, though, have also been leaning a lot towards like Neon Phoenix going into Swiss stage. Probably because of what you've learned with how good Phoenix has been, how potentially overtuned he is so far now that you've lost Waylay, that you've potentially lost Neon in the first place. So how is that going to affect now the comps? And you can see it right now. Everybody's plug and playing and hot patching, should I say, the Neon being nerfed. So on one end, as we've discussed, Neon being really good still on Ghost Gaming side, Mass Treasure and Catface have different outlooks into the Neon nerfs, and they want to try to change it right away into a different duelist.
Raven's going to be a very exciting player to watch, as the duelist on Catface, like I said, has traveled from region to region, and there's so much you can take from playing in a different region as well. Now in, of course, North America, being on the Phoenix, very feast or famine. You want to be the one who gets all the kills so you can farm the easiest ultimate in the game to get right now, and what's made Phoenix so meta at the moment. And we could pair that with another duelist. I mean, Phoenix almost can either act as that entry duelist or can also play a pseudo initiator of being able to flash, especially on the other side of walls or other side of smokes, and try and enable somebody with more mobility like a Jet, Waylay, or anything like that.
And that's the thing that's missing for Mass Treasure. I think for me, when it comes down to trying to dive with both Swerve and Snowy, I'm just trying to think and picture, let's say, B-site hits. You're hoping that these eyes are going to hit perfectly right now for you to take full sight control, but to try to take back sight control, I think that's why you're also patching an Astra into the composition, because you don't have the best utility to really support for you to move forwards a dash into back in those lanes. So the more I'm thinking about it, I wouldn't be surprised if Mass is just going to continue hitting the A site for these type of hits and plants, or just trying to go for a little bit of that mid control so they could have some cleaner splits into B sites. Because if it comes down to them just trying to brute force their way into B, I think they might have a hard time.
And that was a really interesting tidbit that Gia mentioned in the interview between the Astra, the Omen, or any other controllers. Astra just lets you get to call the map better, kind of see everything, and just take your time. And it's going to be so much better for the post plants once it gets to that point. Right now, you're just trying to be everywhere all at once, as MEOW, or Catface, I should say. I'm not going to try and meow too much, guys. That's more for the chat to do. Try and run it through meow. Oh my god. Chat, clip that.
You started it. They don't have to clip it. I'm gonna meow all game.
No, please don't. Well, we got time to kill as, wow, Catface going towards the back. Oh, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
I mean, this walk up from Sewers is going to be huge. It's going to get a lot of info. Nice by Rod.
And to survive there is pretty massive as well, so that's something of Catface to note, as, well, at least they took care of the defender. This could just inspire them to straight up go to B, and as they are trying to make that decision, Logic and Swerve right through their plans, and what looked to be a first blood and a good round for Catface just hits them in the face.
Yeah, not too sure what happened there in the end. Oh, I mean, by not too sure, it's more like, why did he do that for the side of Catface? Because yes, they had a great lurk on that B site, and then they got the pick. And then as soon as they're discovered here by Rotten towards Sewers, Rotten got info on not only one contact into connector, but like 3 players towards Ivy. And Mask never really turned around to fight against that. They just kept walking towards the street. So for Catface, instead of slowing things down and trying to figure out how Mask would react to it, one just ran and jumped out in the open. I think that was Luna Fox or Blue Owl, either or. One just jumped out solo, got picked off, and then you're able to get a huge saturate for Swerve, and you cannot trade on the side of the attack. That was unfortunately not a good way, to work your mid round there for Catface.
The orbs given over to Swerve after that initial 3K in the pistol.
Bring them down.
And this is going to be a really interesting player to watch, just known for their aggression. How do you handle this? Logic says, I got you. Holy! Logic also putting on a show from having a multi-kill in the pistol. MEOW, Catface, yes, are just going out with a whimper when they're outgunning and outnumbering Mask. This just can't keep happening.
And it's tough too right now that those picking up kills are getting very close to it. Also Swerve in the pistol round, now Logic going into the anti-eco, whereas this could have been a round where on the attack side for MEOW they could have tried to go for a little bit of orb control. We talked about prefacing going into this map that the Phoenix will only 6 orbs, something that could be on that game plan to keep doing it on their side too, to try to get some some big ults into the gun rounds, but now after 2, only Elaborates has kills on the board, and it's going to make it even harder right now for Catface to really get good value into this 3rd round. Although, albeit we have still some good weapons versus the bonus round for Masked Treasure, so there is a chance for them to still have a clean round.
Very mobile duelists on the Mask side of things. You can tell just by the way that they take map control. And if Catface aren't careful, they're just gonna get team wiped by, even though they'll have the better numbers. So Catface this time will have the A ore, but if you give Mask an inch, they take a mile. Look how they immediately explored mid, and now they're going towards the attacker's spawn. And elaborate come back and figure out that this is happening. Kestrel does a really good effort to stifle this flank. And now Mask don't even have a flank anymore. So Catface will thrive on in this round. And them is now rotten with the Sheriff. Gets checked by the Prowler. I like the reposition so you can wait for the group up.
Yeah, great utility by Luna Fox 2 to make sure that she clears stores right and the left side here of that front A side. So it allows for Catface to get the plant in. Hopefully salvage this round. Good damage was done by Mask in the first place.
A lot closer around than you would have expected. Now Catface have dotted the I's, crossed the T's. Mask take with a Marshal and a Sheriff. There's the well from Blue Owl. Pushing people off the spike initially.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, the top is kind of nasty. The smoke remains though, and the diffuser down for the count. And Catface will deny the bonus.
Still quite nice though for Mask to walk up towards that mid. Again, this is their bonus round, right? So you want to be proactive in these rounds, and it did that perfectly. Did some great econ damage at the same time too against Catface, but Catface was able to get that plant on that previous round, so that will add a little bit of credits into the bank for them to have a pretty decent buy going to this one too, which I would have thought here going into this round you would have an outlaw for the side of Zoe, but looks like they're gonna go for, I was gonna say an op, but now this time a Vandal instead. So interesting change of events here. Still having a fight towards the A main for the orb control to deny the Phoenix orb.
Like the deep smoke and a Nightfall. Mask Treasure just didn't know how far away Catface ended up being, and they used the Nightfall to fight through it, and Catface escaped. So I would say that's a win in the Catface.
A huge one. A huge one, because everything was being blocked out by smokes. I think it was the Molly, the hot hands that was thrown on the attack side by Raven Rar that forced the Nightfall to protect the duelist up towards the boxes. So now they could just re-hit, re-walk, and try to re-clear and trade out towards this A main.
And Mask are watching every entry and are really playing like a passive safe defense, which is really what you need. Now the ball is in Catface's court, and the same result continues. Trying to get down this staircase. Catface will get through main. They'll flood in. Mask ready to retaliate. Convergent paths, and they just absolutely suffocate the Catface team in almost a flawless fashion at the end.
I told you it was going to get difficult here when you have two players from that second round that were getting really close to ults. That was both the Nightfall and the Convergence path from Logic and from Swerve, respectively. So as Catface is still trying to get map control on their gun round, when they're actually going for a full exec without really forcing rotates, without really forcing util to come out too, and to just go for the jet dash in, they were in for a surprise too when the Convergent path got a lot of value for the side of Mask. So now you carry over a hero rifle into the next round on Elaborate, so try to recycle that a bit or not. I'm gonna use that solo here towards that long B side.
Curveball is so strong to get this mid alleyway control. I think Catface are starting to tempo up a little bit because they realize that since they're so stacked together, they either need to activate lurks around the map so they don't give up map control as easily, or they need to be a little bit quicker on their execution. Because Mask are ready on the flank, and Zoe's ready for the shot right into Raven. The plant will still go through, and someone has to address the elephant in the room, and it's Kestrel. At least watching the choke point, not really needing to get active too much. Now Mask start to develop. Good wins now with the Odin coming through the middle of the map, watching at the choke point. I mean, Luna Fox just has a pistol. A lot of just pistols on the Catface side, but Elaborate just does it all on her own. The Vandal gets a 3K, makes this winnable 2 versus 1, and pulls off the Thrifty for Catface.
Turns out good to have a solo rifle walking up towards that B main for the lurk, and Elaborate is able to clutch that round and keep Catface in the game. Don't know how the hell that happened though, because everything looks like it was dotted I's and crossed T's for the side of the reskill of Mask, because they understood where the gaps were. They got the kill on the backstabber, but as soon as they tried to flood into the site, I think that's the issue too. We were talking about the lack of util and flashes on the side of Mass, and that might be a pain point for them for the retakes too. So Elaborate stays out in the open and is able to win all those duels on the Mass running back towards that straight to B.
Gets to steal Garden, so... Ooh, not even needing a smoke or anything. Just contact play from Kestrel. Big opener, first blood. Now he could even get the Steel Garden ready after earning that, just to suppress Mask, which Rotten isolated away from the flock. Unsure whether to try and put up a resistance and get a pick or play with the team, and now Catface very much rewarded with the round, it seems, in a 5 versus 3.
You are divided.
Yeah, they're pretty much winning this round.
See how Swerve's gonna try and break in here. Surprise from Mask, and it's so tough to stun Catface out of these power positions because they just dip out of encounters that they don't think that they can win. So I really like that round out of Catface.
And that's a big round to pick up too for Catface after that 4K and pretty much the clutch from Elaborate on that hero rifle in the previous round. It allows here for them to have a strong take towards this B site, still have the ults to work with. Elaborate with the 4K still has a steel guard in case things go south when Mass is retaking over that B site. And now Luna Fox is also 1 away from her own ult too, and they're gonna go back for that same conditioning, fight for the A site orb, and instead of giving it to Raven on that previous round, you can have a Nightfall to pop into the A site with.
Just feels like everywhere Catface go, it's the whole unit. Maybe one lurk once in a while, but they realize they need everything to take down Mask. Steel Garden, a flash out. And wow, Mask were able to counter Frozen utility and completely mess up the trajectory, but Catface able to stabilize. Not only that, just thrive against the pistol squad of Mask.
No charge.
Despite the troubles, Catface still have 4 intact. Now the spike down. Okay, Tesla's getting tagged. Luna Fox trades. And after all that, there's only 2 remaining. Kind of surprised.
Still scratching my head that one because they have to hit tab, guys. Come on. Hit tab. You realize here that there's an eco for Mask. So if there's an eco for Mask, you can't use the Steel Garden because they're already on pistols. So I thought the game plan was drawn to pick up the Nightfall, so you can use the Nightfall to get into sight. You would know if there's going to be a gamble stack or whatnot going into the site in itself, and I think they just ran into a trap themselves when everybody was already ready. No gun jam, you're just crosshair placement ready and getting all these picks. So at least now they're still able to get the round for Catface or taking the lead. Now they're going to slow things down for a bit too. They're expecting for a push to come out for Mask, and they do. Read it correctly.
Mask waits, and they get exactly what they want. Patience paying off. As Raidiant, nice little strafing there, is able to keep this winnable still for Catface. And at the very least, try to punish, which is what you need. 1 duelist down, 1 to go.
Now they might walk contact or just try to get that corner, so utilize that Nightfall once again here for Luna Fox to potentially guarantee an open A site. And they have the pressure coming in from Art too, so the scaling has to be good. Don't ult. You already have somebody walking up forward here for Blue Owl.
Every time you say Blue Owl, I think Blue Owl. Like, what Nightfall I'm going to be thinking about is how Catface could take the 4th round in a row. Which right now, they at least got the spike down.
Take hold.
Mask have some serious weapons coming up. 1 away from the Nightfall too. Like, just wish you actually had it now. And now you give time for Catface to get their smokes up. You let Catface take space. And Mask are with a lot of hesitation, trying to plan around this cosmic divide. Logic's gonna break in and be the miracle worker for this team. Should might be enough to get at least someone on the spike here very soon. Blue Owl can activate the util to delay as much as possible, but you can't delay the inevitable.
Yeah, hard to do on a 3 versus 5, but I loved here at least that when Catface walked back into the A site that they didn't try to go for an ult right away. You saw the positioning from Lunafox. It looked like she was ready to drop it, but because he had the forward push from Blue Owl, you could play the contact. Then she gets spotted here towards the art. You ult towards that side, and you're able to get confirmation that Mass is playing a retake, which is nice. But it's just hard to do in the end when you still have a cosmic divide for the retake and 5 players to play against you. So it's respectable on the attempt. And Mass is able to stop the bleeding for a little bit here and keep the score and matchup very close on this first map.
Been a big flash in mid in the past couple of rounds, and oh, Zoe's so close to hitting that shot. And I think as the rounds go by, I think mechanically too, both teams are gonna be a lot more warmed up. Now you got that presence in mid, something important, Rotten. Very much trapped. I like what the C's and then the Molly on top just absolutely ruins their day. And Mask are quick to kind of fill the gap and take the position that was left behind.
And I love that we're pushing towards extremities too, especially when they're playing double up on the middle. Now the recall smoke, beautiful, nicely done here on that scale up. That allows Elaborate to get that pick on that rotate from Swerve. So the call out onto Owl to drop the recall smoke allows them to potentially even confirm here the round, because again you're retaking with 2 ops. Now make that one.
Maybe you want to keep that. I don't know. 2 versus 5. We'll see. But man, Elaborate has been such a boon for this team. I'm really so impressed by these B lurks that we have had on the Catface side of things. Still an even game though. And yeah, in the end, the op will be kept.
That's what you need to for the team to be very vocal. So the first contact is walking across, even if a couple of them almost got caught off guard from Kestrel and from Raven as they're trying to battle up on middle. It's still great information for the IGL. Forgot who that is over on Catface side, but for them to call out, let's activate on the extremities. So to have Elaborate move forward, find that timing. Now even approaching into these last 2 players not able to save their weapons, this is also great calling and teamwork being explained and called out for on a side of Catface.
This is so close though. I'm so nervous. And you have really good ults on both sides. Convergent pass, running back, both 2 great entry tools for the team, or even a Nightfall if you want to kind of help retake things. Mask have come off more as a team that will check things out in mid, but not try to take too early a fight. So we've seen them take more risk for that A orb in the beginning, but now
Get out of my
slow
way.
it down. But now they're all stacked up together, ready to clash in mid, while Catface have different ideas. Zoe's gonna call it out and able to teleport back, while Catface focus on B main. Elaborate is focusing on living after seeing a stack in mid.
All great reads once again. We'll talk about that in a bit though, because Masters are actually trying to push towards market.
Wow. I mean, this stack is crazy. Swerve has just been so deadly thus far. Blue Owl just gets all the pins lined up for an absolute strike. A 4K makes it look easy.
Yeah, sweeping up here these eco frags against Mask rotating across, and again this is all great calling and understanding the econ and macroing on the side of Catface. So as 2 rounds ago you're facing off against 2 ops, you force all those weapons out of the hands of Mask. You know they're going to be on some sort of an eco, and because you don't have enough money anymore for Zoe, you can't pull out a rifle or an op on the B side. And also because MEOW have always been conditioning the A side fight or in the orb or mid control and never really just full hit towards B, then they're expecting that nobody's really going to be holding that B side except for the chamber, and you overtake the B side, and you won that.
Starting to be a solid lead for Catface as well after being down 1-3 at the beginning of the map. Nightfall, Cosmic Divide, Catface putting it all on the line.
Wow.
Yet it's all a fake.
That's it.
It's an expensive fake.
But the condition is always going to be very good, but although they haven't pivoted quick enough, so the rotate comes back on this B side. Oh no.
Oh my god, Elaborate. This lurk is insane. I mean, it's not even a lurk anymore. It's just a straight up entry. Now you need to make sure your spike goes down safely after some pushback was given from Mask's defense. Now when Op is in the picture, and all Catface have to do is just not look directly into the Eclipse.
You gotta save again.
Yeah.
There's no choice. But again, I gotta say, it's conditioning towards that A side. I just mentioned before, they like to be aggro to take the A or control or to fight for that space. So they go, they make a lot of audible noise, and then they go for the Cosmic Divide on the A side, which pulls out the rotate. Even though you started rotating back from Mask, it's still just enough of a gap here for Elaborate to just win duels. And as you mentioned, Elaborate has been a boon here, Lemon Kiwi. So they keep their responsibility for Elaborate to get entries for these lurks on the B side. It shows that Catface has full control of this half so far.
There they are.
Catface are very rich right now, so kills are really just more important for Mask to stay alive and keep these rifles that they very much desperately need. And now it's 7-4, and Catface, they've been more win streaky in this half than Mask have. Mask, I think, were so incredible in the first couple of rounds. Like, they were immediately flanking, taking any map control, getting multi-kills off of Logic and Swerve, who got the first ultimates in the entire game. And now that's all fallen away, and now that Catface, I think, are just flooding a lot more efficiently.
They're gonna try to trap play this, too. You're seeing that they're setting up for the convergence path and trying to plow right after this.
Right, that's a great time, just barely, but Catface sit and watch and wait and frag back as Mask. Pretty happy with what they walked away with. I mean, Snowy tried to walk away. Now there's a Nightfall. Mask think that it's not over. Steel Garden as a response from Catface forces Mask away from their own Nightfall. Maybe you can't even sit back and play off the off because of the smokes left behind from Blue Owl. So important for them to be part of the post plant. But now we're at an absolute standstill as Mask is 0-1. Catface re-clearing through the map, not really wanting to plant when Mask are around.
This is fire, though. To keep Blue Owl in here, if anything, they're still going to take her down, but it gives enough time here for the two others to move towards this B site to plant.
All right, time to make a highlight reel. Oh. Okay, well. Good enough. This, shotgun looked funny there. Now Catface will have a little bit of time before the retake comes in.
Yeah, nerf shotgun Bucky jumping, by the way. Or Shorty, rather, but...
Elaborate. 1v1, that's why you trust them on the lurk. It almost pulls off all three. Zoe versus Lunafox. Some damage even done to Zoe. And just like that, it's over. And it's an 8-4 half for Catface.
And that's Elaborate getting 2 out of the 3 kills on that 2 versus 3 in the end. Yeah, it's definitely been very one-sided in my eyes for Catface in this first half. Yes, he looked very good for Mask in the first place on that pistol round and to convert the anti-eagle very cleanly from that spray that we had from Logic on that second round. But I think it was because Catface kind of just threw their lives away in that pistol round from that street fight in the very beginning. And I think outside of that, they've been very good in terms of controlling the tempo and every single one of their calls on their attack side now. Again, this is where it's going to be difficult now for Mask. They don't have any flashes. Taking B side is going to be very difficult. So mid-control, A side slam is probably going to be the name of the game.
We've seen some serious potential from Logic and Swerve in these crucial moments. The pressure is on, the lights are bright. Raven, oh, it's looking bright out there. The Prowler in the face just swings off a bit. All of Catface converging in the middle of the map as Mask are still trying to repeat. Using Kestrel to try and have to settle down the arena. And everyone leaves with Catface now, the one-person advantage.
Yeah, Kestrel, who's been an analyst for Wadadaa, but also had a one-sub game where they just dropped big numbers against an iteration of YFPX in the past, and this time playing duelist here for Catface and putting decent numbers too on his Jet.
Good adjustment. Oh, Logic! Clutch as ever, 2 versus 2, but at 10 HP. So Zoe really has to do the work here to try and clear for the spike carrier, because any stiff breeze will knock over Logic at this point. Luna Elaborate around the corner, and Zoe check in Logic. 10 HP in a dream. Not touched yet.
30
and
seconds
against
left.
the player on the wall, heard the drop down. Prowler in the face. 5 bullets. Now down to 4, and Luna wins. And that means also the pistol in favor of Catface. Try and get towards the end of Pearl.
And great util by Lunafox as well in that 1v1 because Logic, again, highlight reels coming through on that second round and almost getting a nice little highlight package reel for that pistol round to convert a 4K when I didn't even think even on after the fight towards the A long had 10 HP remaining and still was able to win another fight by pushing towards Flowers. So good on them to get that almost across the finish line for Mask, but it's still going to be Catface taking the lead and in a comfortable spot to win this anti-eco. And if you're looking at it, Lemon Kiwi, it seems that we don't really care that 4-9.
Yeah, that's why Mask taking the first pistol in anti-eco, it's like such a big gap in the score. It's crazy how this match has really devolved and how Catface, having just all of that experience under their belts, able to know what they need to do to adapt and to improve. And right now, it's Mask coming in through the site. Now Catface can reorient the attention, but oh yeah, that flank could have been something there for Snowy and Zoe. It's a cool duo. Nonetheless, Mask just have Sheriff and really just need to go next.
Exactly. I mean, losing Blue Owl is not a big deal when they have full A control right after as well, and they have better weapons for the side of Catface. And the reason why I'm saying Mask doesn't really care that they're down 4-9 because they still went for a full pistol round in the previous one. So they're trusting here that the weapons going from now on would still give him a good opportunity to catch up in this game because they have a double duelist dive comp that they could literally double dive into because they have a Whaley and a Jet. Both of them having ways to be able to escape through the chaos too. But again, it has to come down to how much of these duels, how much of the walk contacts potentially could come in their favor because they don't have any flash to set them up.
An op from Kestrel, Outlaw from Elaborate. May have just missed the walk by there from Zoe. So unlucky, but Elaborate has been one of the most consistent players when it comes to this whole map so far. Catface with the first blood off of a Sheriff, surprisingly. It does not get any better for Mask. Really needed to convert this rifle round if they wanted to have any hopes of cementing any kind of comeback. Now the mask, the smokes come up and maybe the mask comes off as players drop one by one. The trade is nice, but now you need a hero. Snowy could just be that, and the re-swing from Logic is good enough to somehow make this a pretty even matchup, 2 versus 2, minus, you know, the injuries on the Mask side.
Yeah, because meanwhile, we did have a body shot from the Outlaw of Elaborate onto Zoe. So
30 seconds
the fact that they're walking back down the street towards B is a great call and a great read too from that first initial duel that Zoe had. Because they're expecting here that the rotate comes out from Elaborate to help Kestrel. And that shouldn't have been fights though. That was down in the favor of Mask with the position that we currently had from Catface. But still ends up being a 2 versus 2 in the pulse plant.
Kestrel could not be any further away than where they were. So Elaborate will have to be first contact, and pushing in the site with 2 snipers. All Mask have to do is don't peek. Watch the angle and Elaborate right through the heart of Logic. And Kestrel shows up just in time. So this double sniper retake is pretty good.
Be crazy too, and on top of that, when Elaborate got the body shot onto Zoe, should have maybe called out that they should have pulled out pistols, because that should have been a easy 2 versus 1 if they were able to trade that out. But who am I to dealt snipers that are just letting their shots every single time here on both Elaborate and Kestrel? So it is what it is, and it is still a 7-round lead in favor of Catface on their map pick. And now you're seeing the reason why too, that they're very comfortable playing this map despite them being 2-2 in this Swiss stage so far.
This is an intense series, because like we said before, guys, this is for the main event. You lose and you're out. And to be at a score deficit like this obviously doesn't help the mental for this map, but how does it affect you for the whole series? At least Mask can try to depend on the fact that their map pick is coming up here on Split. Catface came in with a game plan, and I'll say they executed it.
They have a good read once again too, supporting the Kestrel op when she missed the first shot against Zoe, but then you're seeing the instant rotate to have 3 players to stack up towards the A side. While you still have this wall up on street, they have pretty much everything on lockdown. So As you continue to walk and being very slow and quiet for Mask, this might finally cause some mistakes to happen on the side of Catface, because you're thinking that they're still trying to lean towards an A side hit in the late rounds, but they could always surprise players if they're overextending towards street. Right over here, Art, first example.
Put it in the papers. They're the GOAT. You get chased by a whale. Usually you don't live that. But
That's insane.
That is insane. Catface getting ever so closer, but wait, Mask. Pressure makes diamonds. And man, did they shine. Just the double swing on the other side of the spike. Mask with every round they can get. And wow, Logic. Multi-kills after multi-kills. Worth their weight in gold. Kestrel, the last one left. Pretty rich team as well if they wanted to go for a play and really ruin everything for Mask, maybe even win it. Nightfall in a 1 versus 1 with the pistol out too. Oh, that's a difficult shot to hit. And Logic gives them the thrifty.
I was about to say that would probably be a perfect moment to pull out the operator instead of playing the pistol versus when you had an opponent that had 10 HP a couple of rounds ago. But yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say before. When you're slowing things down for a bit and you're trying to play the walk contact, you saw how Lunafox overextended the push up towards Art. She got punished down to 52, was getting chased down too, and you're seeing players trying to rotate across, try to support and help out. That allows gaps to happen, to open up and for Mass to take over, and they're able to win these pistol rounds by flooding, or pistol save by flooding into the A side and getting the round in their favor. So nice little fight. Here comes the fight towards the front B.
Mask with first blood, but man, getting through the staircase is as difficult as ever. These fights are just always favor Catface. Now it's pretty good parade to start happening here. Zoe re-peeks and stats. So wait a minute. This is not over by any means. Catface, or Mask, I should say, to be able to grab this spike. Kestrel is on prevention duty. Worst case, Blue Owl will be the last layer of defense for B. Maskers also just took a step, so Kestrel knows they have not left yet. Blue Owl, first contact, Kestrel ready to swing, and Logic takes care of both. This fade is incredible.
Yeah, so far Logic is single-handedly keeping Mask in this game from the second half, especially.
I'll elaborate. 0 credits. Also, another of the top fraggers from the Catface side of things. 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Holding their positions, and the re-swing is perfect from Zoe. And Mask live on despite what looked to be such a good round for Catface.
They became too obvious after as well for Catface after winning the initial fight and dropping that spike. To have Lunafox continue to jiggle peek in the same angle that allows a walk re-peek from the op was one, the first mistake. And then secondly, because you're so stressed out to try to protect so stressed out to protect Kestrel behind the top of the top B control rather. There's no smoke that's being recalled, no stars being recalled to smoke out the turret to allow the flank to happen here on the defensive side for Elaborate. So they gave what, 3 individual 2v1s in favor of Mask that ended up being a converted round for the attack side too. That breaks the econ. Look at the money that Catface currently has.
My ult's ready.
Yeah, from the thrifty to that last round, just after Catface were so rich, now not so much, and it does not get better. Not that we're expecting anything crazy from a bunch of sheriffs, but knives were also pulled by Kestrel. Gonna be pulled towards the B side of things, where Mask feels like the sky's the limit, as Kestrel's now gonna go test the waters and get a taste of their own medicine, as Zoe off the smoke is able to escape. I'm surprised.
Looks like Raven's just gonna let everybody pass while trying to find their timing behind.
Now waiting for the right moment.
Spike planted.
Use the run it back. Catface in position. Also Blue Owl watching the flank or the reinforcements. Steel Garden pulled from Elaborate to even up the odds. Kestrel still has knives out, and Mask hold on for dear life, and also hold on to the Vandal, which is very key here. Checking the angles carefully. Snowy still continues to live, and Blue Owl cannot meditate anymore. You'll have to think about that one in the next rounds, because Mask have really generated some momentum here.
Agreed. I think this is small macro mistakes that are Mask is taking full advantage of currently against Catface. Not too sure if you're going to try to pull out a timeout yet here, because at the end of the day, they're still in pretty decent control of the reads in terms of Catface against Mask so far. But I think it's what two separate occasions that Lunafunks gets a little bit caught, that kind of breaks a little bit the chain of defense that they were being set up here for Catface. So that might be an area to exploit for the side of Mask to potentially take the confidence that's potentially shaken away from the fade.
That was a warning shot from Kestrel at this point. Gonna leave Raven inserted there so that make sure Mask don't run the middle of the map. Good map control overall from Catface, just knowing every lane and where Mask could be coming from.
Loving that we're re-clearing towards A main though. Look at Kestrel's position here towards the A orb. So once you start peeking out here, there you go. That jump spot might confirm now for players to start rotating towards that B side. Nicely done by Owl, who's down to 5 HP, but still doing her job.
5 HP, still alive to tell the tale. When they had options of Nightfall or Cosmic Divine, they opt for the Nightfall, which has been good to fight with that. Really, at least you scare them off. And that's always good, I guess, for Catface. Alright.
30 seconds
Kestrel
left.
needs to lock in if you want to keep that up. Not going to get a lot of second chances like that. Mask at the front door. Also have that wall, that buys wall up, and calling out Swerve will stay with the team. The run it back gets reset. All of Catface are here to say hello. 12 seconds left. It is now just a death match to determine the round, and Catface get to match point.
Again, full control, getting good information here. Despite the jump spot and down to 5 HP, the Nightfall, it was good enough to stall, and also you throw one Prowler that goes all the way back up towards that control of the long B side, so you know the re-hit is going back towards the A site. Even though this time there wasn't a real full rotate back towards A, because you would still expect that Mask to hit towards Art, towards Streets. It just came down to the op to try to get a pick. But when Kestrel misses a shot, it does not matter. Run it back still available. The wall's still up on the side of the A site that has been baited by Mask in the first place. So again, they had time all in their favor for the side of Catface for that round. So even if the shots weren't hitting, the whole macro positioning from Catface was perfect. So perfect. Meow. Catface.
Oh my god. I'm so glad we have a timeout to just soak that in. So, and yeah, kind of surprising that this is the first timeout of the whole series. Just to point that out, because like, I mean, Mask were down, what, pretty severely, like 11-4 at some point. And this timeout only came out now. And I think Mask genuinely believe that this is winnable, and I would agree with them. They are really starting to pick up these rounds, but it needs to be flawless or it's just over.
The issue too that Mask doesn't want to call the timeout as well is because, again, Catface has always been in a driver's seat of this whole first match. So if you're going to call out a timeout, this also gives an opportunity for your opponents to take full advantage of that timer. If they have a coach supporting this time around, which I doubt here this time around for Catface, but they still could have strong communication to hold this last round.
Alright, it's now perfection demanded of Mask, and I mean, even while blinded through all this chaos, Catface get exactly what they want. Converge and pass. Mask want revenge, and well, Swerve will just get it solo. Raven. I mean, Aurora is in the name. This is an absolute beast. Everyone's piling on. And this is just no fun. Now Zoe has to come from across the ocean to get the spike, and guess who's ready? Everybody's jumping around. Guys,
what are we
doing? What are we doing? This is too troll. This is too troll. Sometimes you have to play the mental warfare when it comes to
working
VALORANT.
against me. It's working against me. I'm about to crash out. Just end it now and bring to the next map.
Dude, I'm laughing like the Joker out here, though. All right, Zoe. Time to get your ace. Time to get your bag. Why not? You know? No one's gonna know the context when you post the screenshot of the ace. YOLO.
30 seconds left.
Special, I think, should have this locked in, though. It's hunting season. Zoe's on the menu, and that is the
Defenders
final
win.
straw. 13-7 on Pearl on Catface's map pick.
And it was almost a 4K there, but good thing Kestrel was there to get the kill with the op, because that could have been a winnable round in the end. And if that happens, I mean, they're cackling a little bit, but it could bite him in the ass at the end of the day. But at least it's a strong first map that we have here from Catface. And now we move into a second map, though, Lemon Kiwi, that's going to be fairly difficult for Catface. Even though it was one-sided for them this first map, this is still an undefeated map, on the second map was split for their opponents here of Mask.
Ooh, Mask, yeah, they started off well, but just could not really stop the adaptations of Catface. And really, the mechanical game was so strong from Catface at the end. Having those one-sided ops really made a difference, and we'll see if that will also make a difference on Split coming up next. We'll see after this. Well, Catface are one map away from earning their ticket to the main event of Game Changers presented by Verizon, but it's Mask Treasure's map pick coming up on Split, and fans, we know how crazy Split can be.
Definitely, and when you're looking at the side of Mask, they actually came with playing some Tejo, which I would have been super excited to see going into this game, but they most recently changed their comp around going into the map of Split. But we'll talk about that in a second here. If you're looking at this current scoreboard though, Lemon Kiwi, to see that we've kind of evened things out on 10-10 in first kills, to see that Catface is still able to get the majority of these rounds that look very one-sided in the first place, Mask did a pretty decent job still to try to keep it close in those rounds.
Yeah, Mask had a really strong start. Like I said, I think they had some serious potential off of just the clutch power, I would say, of someone like Logic and Swerve, who were on the Fade and the Waylay respectively. And I just can't say that it can't always come down to those two to pull out all the multi-kills, to save a round when First Bloods and the whole round goes the other way. I need to see like a more well-rounded I guess, effort from everyone. They're not just an effort, but just success. If Mask want to hope to convert more of these rounds, because the First Bloods are even, the post plants are even. So now it's about closing out the rounds that Mask need to focus on.
Yeah, and not hopefully. I think they should be in a comfortable spot in this second map to do it, because again, they are the underfitted team. I mean, they went what, 13-7, 13-10, 13-11, 13-6, 13-10. So all very one-sided, I'd like to say, at that point here for the side of Mask Treasure. And the comp that it came out with, let me just look at it in the first place, because if I saw some Tejo, I was like, man, I haven't really seen some Tejo on Split in a very long time. I think what was really like a big win condition around the Tejo was how good their ults are when it comes down to those moments of Flood taking sleds, Flood retaking, and it allows for you to really get some space for your Neon to really move in. But most recently, they kept the Neon, but they went for a Clove instead of a Tejo. So I think that shows that they want to fight with more aggression on their side too, but we'll have to wait and see how that's going to pan out.
And I think a huge part of Catface's success has been the lurk game. And we know how important that is on a map like Split, with how many different lanes you really need to watch and how much more large it is. And Elaborate was so fantastic for Catface. When you can really trust them to be a sentinel that can play on their own, to win their ones, and to bring the team towards a site that is going to be the weakest and the best to be at. So looking forward to seeing if Catface can continue that consistency on the lurks, and that's really going to help on a map like Split. While as Mask, I think the potential was definitely there, but it needs the consistency is what is the name of the game. And Mask got close to kind of win streaking a bit at the end, but not closing out.
I was expecting going into this for the second map in terms of agent composition for the side of Catface. Kestrel stepping away from the Neon in the first map. I was like, probably they're going to step away from the Neon in the second map too, and they're going to go with the tried and true of double duelist, the 2021 style that we previously witnessed in our earlier on today. So you have Kestrel remaining on the Jet. Raven stays on to the Rays on this map as well. While for Mask Treasure, they want to continue with that Clove in the composition so that it could add a little bit more firepower after smoking on sites to help Swerve in these team fights. So I don't think those compositional changes are big, or it's going to break the macro around any of these two teams. So it really comes down to just ironing out the micro here.
Then there was a bit of mental warfare, as we call it, near the end of that previous map, and you could tell that Catface were having a lot of fun. And when you can have fun, and you can be confident, and you can take a decisive win like 13-7, you should be set up well for Split. But even our last series was very similar, a 13-7 for SAT Esports against Ghost Gaming. Then Ghost came back on Split, killing them 13-4. So hold on to your horses, folks, because Split can be an absolute circus.
Agreed. And they'll start off with Mask trying to take some mid control in the first place. So a 1-3-1 on their side, while Catface is full taking advantage of the A line.
So he wants to take advantage, but a 1v3, especially against two duelists, is no joke. Oh, hello? Wait, oh my god, the Prowler! Wait, the plot armor that Luna Fox just had was crazy.
That's so nice too, and as you hear so much noise on middle in the first place, as Elaborate gets his pick, you know the rest of the players are up towards the A site.
Spike planted.
Okay, we're planting at A. We have our Neon kind of going through the defender's spawn. Now they're being chased by a whole army. Looking to cut things off. Now this is a tricky situation. Does Catface just wait for this eager duelist to show face yet again? And Mask
Last player
slow things
standing.
down a little bit into the deeper rounds. So now we'll just wait for Catface to clean things up. Logic. Oh, it's a 1 versus 3. Someone's on the spike. Logic is able to just keep 1v1ing. The spike defuse is being held, so it just barely goes in the way of Catface despite a 1v4.
And it's always stressful when it's Logic that's still alive, because you know that Logic can still keep the hopes of Mask in winning the round. Great little positioning towards the end. If anything, everything that before that on the side of Catface was beautiful, right? In terms of hearing all the audible calls towards the A side, the pushing towards the A main, triple facing the lurk on the A side as well against Zoe was all perfect. Then it came down to hero plays on Logic's side, almost clutches it, but thankfully Kestrel stayed stuck on that spike and now brings out the Outlaw for round number 2.
Scary. Gave Catface the pistol, facing a deficit. Mask can at least throw everybody they can at this fence side. Usually it's just kind of like a solo hold, at least in most defenders' setups. And still not enough for Catface to get absolutely pushed off the line from good util, and Mask make the most out of that. And that's an upgrade for Snowy on the Guardian, and leaving the site open for the taking.
Bye.
Oh, open-ish, I guess. The Outlaw will show face, and Mask are so eager to run out of the site before the plan has even happened. The plan still has not happened, and they're just ready to fight. VALORANT, by the way, now turned into a death match.
Find you.
The anti-eco, the good guns are coming into the site. The element of time would have been in Mask's favor.
One enemy remaining.
Planting is not of an objective to Mask. Now Swerve just takes some shots and it ends in Catface's favor.
I love that we're jumping. This time I'm loving that we're jump baiting so that Raven could actually pick up these kills so they could build up the showstopper ASAP. So that's super nice. I think if anything, again, it comes down to, yes, you have an opening over on the A side. There's already map control being taken by Catface and lanes that are being uncontested. So this time around, when they're realizing that they're playing against the eco, if there's nobody contesting them in the first place, they're probably just grouped up to try to get a plant down. So you get value off the lurk. Kestrel holds that B main, is able to get that backstab at the same time. So the Outlaw could still be fairly good to move in this bonus round to do some armor damage.
Oh, wait a minute. It's just a bloodbath in mid. And Catface do not benefit from it. Despite some good ideas around the C's nade,
I've got
you
your
force Catface
trail.
to swing into you, and Catface don't come out of that. Kind of interesting, but Mask have, you know, Vandals, they have good weapons. Now Mask have an open sight to plan in.
Push short screens is not good though.
One enemy remaining.
Good if you hit your shot.
Yeah, at the end of the day it does, right?
In theory.
I think it was the Seekers that kind of just made the move towards that spawn though, so I respect that, because that Cabbage was going all the way through middle thinking that the other player was so far behind to help out Kestrel that you could get a timing towards screen, but thankfully that Vandal shot is good enough.
This round is good enough for Mask too to deny that bonus out of Catface, and feeling that's going to be a trend that we have to note of just how is the skirmish in mid going to go. We saw that Catface have plans around their fade, around their raise, and now the showstopper has just been earned from Raven. So if you're expecting all of this initial presence from Mask to be in mid, that's a good spot to throw out the showstopper. Maybe you want to try and do a paranoia showstopper play in Garage. Catface seem to have a lot of plans in their strategy book.
Might be easy to escape too though, that's the thing. But Raven is going to try to take an aggro line before. Sometimes you want to try to go for like a prowler play so that if it spots somebody, you could showstopper through that, but instead they have the A side hold on that fade.
Wow. So yeah, that paranoia peek playing Garage while Elaborate peeks in mid and gets a first blood. Again, ever so trusted to be solo, Vice well triggered, and that's maybe what Mask have to do in the early game. Just try to get all this Sentinel util out of the way, get some looks, and Zoe's vision fades to black, and Mask we're really not getting ahead of this round.
I also think if you're trying to get good value off the showstopper right now, they should rotate some positions around too. But that said, we still have some good forward positions in the first place from Kestrel to get info on the last 3 players of Mass moving towards A here.
Kestrel's about to have a lot on their plate, depending on if this hit was gonna happen immediately, which Mask are taking time to explore ramp, time the double swing, and perfect against Elaborate. And Raven can hear that stomping go by. They get smoked off by the Clove. Waits for their moment to shine. Big reveal off the fade there of Luna and Raven and Luna. Everybody swings right on time to make a pain sandwich out of Mask.
At the end of the day, they didn't even need the showstopper after all. So Catface continues to have such a strong macro in this game. So again, I think first off, if you don't have the Prowler for the showstopper, which is kind of like what you're trying to do sometimes, or you're trying to seize into the boombot and then use your showstopper, I guess it wasn't drafted in the first place as that type of plan you wanted to do here for Catface. It was just reactionary if you're going to get run down here on this B side more than anything else. So to keep them on that 2-1-2 still kind of worked out in their favor. They got some good picks out of it.
Speed and aggression, the name of the game, with a stinger in the hand of a Neon. Pressing fire now. Swerve hoping. Swerve around this corner and at least get Kestrel, and especially with this Viper's wall coming up. I like that Mask leveraging what they can with what they got. It's not going to be the best of round. Good damage into the backline of Catface and Mask. They just are outnumbering. This may be some good upgrades. Vandal now for Snowy as a rocket whistles right through Logic. Keeping this a 4-4 game.
That's spiked down though to keep things off, and that's gonna slow things down for a bit too for Mass to regain control.
Taking a second to plan things out. Maybe a fake, and as soon as they hear the shots check in their corners, they are gonna leave and follow into the footsteps of Swerve. And remember, this was full buy from Catface against Mask on a half buy, so we'll see if they can pull a rabbit out of their hat.
30 seconds left.
And around the corner is Raven. No boombot, no nade, no friends. It has to be careful. To really respect Mask. Flank will be Blue Owl in the 1v2, but Luna Fox already drops down, makes a splash, a big impact as Meows or Catface is retaking Suze, and Elaborate doubling their kills is massive, fully taking over the site, and Swerve has to work their way back in. Deadly game of Ring Around the Rosie with Luna Fox basically one shot. And they still need to defend, but Swerve's patience is really helping out with here. Someone else on the spike.
Here we go.
Swerve waiting for the perfect time and Elaborate as steady as ever for the round for Catface.
I was just about to say, Swerve did an excellent job with the 1v2 and understood when it was the right moment for them to peek out to isolate a fight. Because as you're jiggling back and forth and you've tapped onto the spike probably about 3 times at this point, somebody has to stick it at a half no matter what while the other one's protecting. So you've done enough audible to actually get that pick. And then when it came down to the 1v1, when you slid into new box, they felt like they gave their position away. They could get wallbanged, so they're gambling on an overdrive and to get the pick. But then they got caught off guard and ended up being a nice little 1v1 won by Elaborate in the end. Everything worked out well in the very beginning, but it's still, once again, Catface. Dude, I have a feeling they're going to run away with this game with how this first half has been going so far.
Absolutely. Like their teamwork, execution, clutch power. I could go on, but Elaborate, I don't think they can go on and on very long at 10 HP, but they have backup. And Blue Owl has been very much in charge of B. That consistent force, the paranoia, and a Vise wall. So Catface have the right setup here for B.
The op's looking. If you're not flashing or dogging at this point, it's free. There it is.
Oh, right behind the dog, too, and was waiting for what was going to come up behind the dog. Get a decent idea from Kestrel, but Mask solid with the util. It's just actually winning the gunfights behind the util. Has to be the name of the game. Swerve detected. Catface, no troubles ahead, and especially when the Vise wall isn't triggered here at B. And it's so far forward that you're not going to be able to do it without being detected. Speaking of being detected, Blue Owl is trying to dance around the neon wall. At least Raven can pick up the pieces. Gets 2 for the road. And it's a 3 versus 1. Mask need every round they can get. Just based on the trends we've seen in the first map. Now the plant will go down and Lunafox position detected.
It worked out well here too when they had the Steel Garden for Elaborate to try to stall, but there was just too many members of Mask to run up and to get these trades.
Mask cut the score down in half, and they'll have their own Steel Garden coming up. Definitely is going to make the job a lot easier. Mask haven't really been fighting for garage control. It's been a lot of mid prio into maybe A ramps, so they're still trying to figure out what is the quote weakest side, or really what's been successful for Mask, because it's only been 2 attacking rounds that they've won.
Yeah. The thing is right now is for Mask, they're getting good information from understanding for first map to second map that into the mid round, Catface likes to go exploring and try to take lane control, but taking it solo. So if they're going to continue to identify these gaps, they could start leveraging this Sky and Neon to get some good openers right now into the mid round. So slowing things at the very beginning is, I'm super okay with it so far because they're getting good value out of it in the mid round to punish those players after. Look at the economy now. Catface, despite looking dominant on the first half, is already into an eco now.
I like that Catface just decided to play this passively. They brought up an orb in mid, which recruited Lunafox into the B site. You want your sheriffs to be able to stand still and shoot and not have to drive by. And you can play off the thorns and, of course, the buys wall. And that's going to be the plan for Catface. A better angle around, and now there's an upgrade available for Catface off that garage win from Lunafox. And this is not going to be a site that Mask want to visit yet. You're going to go toward A.
This is going to be good still, as you're going to pin everybody towards the A site. A Nightfall, a rifle, and daggers are still available.
Spike planted.
Oh, Kestrel, come on.
No daggers
surely.
available.
No damage available. That's tough. Lights are a little too bright. Turns on the right position, and Kestrel at least gets 1. Not the worst, but it screams a lot of trouble as Swerve shuts the door. Lunafox shuts them up for good. 1v1. Nightfall will detect that player over towards ramps. And now you also need to defuse. And this is going to be easily checked from Rotten. Defuse not being held. Rotten checks it one last time. And Lunafox ends up winning it for the 4K. And plenty of time to spare.
A big round for Catface for the Thrifty too. The double push out towards B main where they're getting pressured on top mid was everything as well. You've lost that position. You talked about mid pro in the first place here for Lemon Kiwi. But at the same time, Mask hasn't been adding too much pressure into the extremities at the beginning of these rounds. So Catface understood that there's opportunities to take. They're going to gamble to push towards that B main. It was a 2v1 at that spot, and it was a weapon picked up from the hands of Rotten. And that weapon was everything for Lunafox to be able to retake the site with a team, baiting her teammates so that she gets value out of the Vandal and winning that 1v1.
Sees nade, opportunity for Catface. Oh, and it lands! Perfection! And I mean, this was already a same, you know, sheriff game. Come on, let them play the game. Catface. Oh, look at that bait switch, man. This duo is insane over at B. From a thrifty to a flawless. Catface are taking over.
That's going to bring up the economy for sure for Catface. And my apologies too, when I was looking at the previous round, the 1v1 was against Rotten, but I think they picked up the weapon left behind from Zoe on that lurk on that B main. Nonetheless, it still comes to 2 impressive rounds from Catface. And again, economy built up. They could buy this round, they could buy the next round, but it's actually Mask that once again has backs against the wall. Both duelists getting ready to seize Nate fight potentially here into the A main control. Another great read by Catface.
This is looking like the better team right now. And a showstopper to the face. That'll silence you for good. At least it's traded though. Like, Mask don't go out without kicking and screaming through it. And now Mask still try to prio mid while the Spike waits for a good option.
I spot the lurk though still in the insert on A main from Zoe. It comes down to the Jill peaks of Owl, who decides to fall back. I think I like this a little bit more. Because off contact, you can still slow down with Razor Vines and funnel everybody back towards the A side still. And even with the late lurk timing from Zoe, gets spotted this time around too by the Jet. Now they have to rethink their strat.
Seekers, but then into Thorns. This is just, you can't even follow through on the Seekers. It allows Catface to shoot down the Seekers, reposition. You may need to invest in another ult if you're Mask. And it's going to be the Steel Garden from Rotten. And maybe you didn't even need it. Catface thrown off their game and now sit on the outside looking in. And Zoe also playing a safe lurk game means they can get the Viper's Pit online. 3 ults invested now for Mask. Surely this converts. Kestrel and Lunafox still linger in the Viper's Pit. You need to finish off the round if you're Mask. And surely that'll be the case. This Kestrel has no HP.
Yeah, even walking outside of the pit has no HP remaining too, so she should save the weapon. Well, actually, again, money's still very good for Catface, so keep it expensive against her opponents. Smoke's going to be 6 seconds, but unfortunately, Kestrel's going to go all the way back towards main to try to get the picks.
See him to get the cutoff, but it'll be at the very last second. If Mask even leave Garage. It's not going to be the case, so hey, Mask are not done yet. 3 rounds, super easy to come back from.
Yeah, it was elaborate. Unfortunately, I got caught a little bit there. Even her position's perfect. There was a couple of seconds still that she could shoot before she tries to fall back, but instead saw that pressure was coming through from the Steel Garden by Rotten, that she was trying to run back and be outside of the radius towards that back of the site. So knife out, gets spotted, gets picked off, and that opened the site there for Mask to drop the pit. But you talked about it here, Lemon Kid. We took 3 ults to get that round for Mask. Whilst you still have great money for Catface and even no op moving into this round despite them having the money to do so.
It was a pretty hit or miss from the Catface side, and they still pulled out a very dominant win. Might as well just stick to your guns, and this hurt from Zoe could be in some trouble as the smoke comes down. Zoe is left without giving a good option to Mask, so they'll stick to their initial plan. And they're not able to, Mask are not able to trigger this Vise util in B, so it gives so much safety to elaborate. And even when they re-peak, Rotten is not able to give an option for Mask anymore. Elaborate can kind of just do it all on their own. It's gonna call for help, and help has arrived, but it's still a 3K for Elaborate and a flawless for Catface.
Yeah, call for help for Mask, actually, is what Elaborate is doing, because they're just operating around the map, operating on their site. And B site's theirs to just hold. And when there's no big ults to really pressure you here for Elaborate, she's able to find some good areas to really find her timings to get these picks here as she anchors up towards this B site. So finally a timeout being called this time around here for Mask. It's surprising that it took this long though, because again, I feel like this has always been Catface pretty much having full control of this map. I think it came down to like what the round that they got, it's because they had an ult round, so might as well. But now that they don't have the ults to work with for pretty much the remainder of this half, with the exception of the overdrive and the not done yet, it's probably going to try to cook something with that here, as economy is also pretty much in shambles for round 11.
And I agree, because Catface in the last 4 rounds have had 2 flawless and 1 thrifty. So this is not just trading rounds, this is now dominant one-sided rounds, even with equal buys. And Mask winning the round 9 off of 3 ults being invested. So I really want to be convinced that Mask can win a round with just really good teamwork, and just to also not get traded out. And I know that's kind of hard, because Catface really are just that good. And Swerve really impressed me on the Waylay when it came to Pearl, so I'm hoping they could have a really good overdrive, but see how this goes here as they lean towards A.
We'll see. There's no pop flash for the A ramp though. They're trying to fake somehow a B take. Second flash will probably be used to try to take A ramp control, maybe, but it seems to work. Look at this, Lemon Q. With that one singular flash, still kept 3 players towards B, towards middle, sorry.
Waiting for the right moment. Now the smokes come down. We'll see if the Viper's wall's there. And look back to see At what point does the overdrive get pulled? I imagine it's going towards ramps, but then you have thorns, you have flashes. Everywhere you go, it seems like Elaborate is one step ahead. Usually always set up at B. Now Elaborate is ready to greet. Mask. First, oh, good shot into Elaborate. Now 28 HP. Now needing to just play off their util. Person that can make contact is Raven. Teleport now to be recruited into the fray. No time for the paranoia and no time to shoot back either. Mask limited, but not stopped. The overdrive kicks into gear and Mask focus at least on getting the plant down and protecting that, especially when Heaven hasn't been fully earned from Mask. And Rotten just with a bandit could use a little bit more help, so Snowy will activate the ult and surely Luna Fox is taken care of. And now very clinical from Mask. Yeah, Kestrel's now just playing chicken against bullets. In a pretty rich spot to just do a lot of economical damage, but liking kind of the process of how Mask took the map in terms of the ramp into the overdrive, but also not cooking with the overdrive. I felt like Mask sometimes would overcook and be too aggressive without kind of taking care of the initial business first. So, good round. Now, can they make it 7-5?
Yeah. To be honest, I think they were kind of lucky by that position from Catface going into that round, because I'll TP towards the A site, but where was the real support to try to play the crossfire in that spot? When the overdrive was executed, Zoe ran into the site and procced up the wall, so there was zero value off the overdrive, and everybody else was still caught behind there. Yet nobody took advantage of that spot either. They were still so heavily focused on taking individual fights on the top of Heaven that Master will overtake with numbers once again. This has been probably the pain point for MEOW. Just from time to time having small micro that doesn't work out in their favor, and then they have to play like a 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4 in different areas that allows for Mask to convert these rounds.
There's always a different look to this Catface defense too. Where Elaborate has been the main objective for Mask to figure out. Where this device wall at garage, now it's device wall in mid. It was an A hold before. Setup is already holding strong as the nightfall is thrown from Luna Fox after hearing the stack towards garage. And even if it doesn't proc a fight from Catface, it's good information, and Mask, it'll force them to go to a different site.
And Prowler's going to confirm too the fallback from the B main side, so that's going to pull these over rotates on a different angle. Nonetheless, if Mask tries to go for a re-hit towards this B site, you still have the Steel Garden available.
That's going to come out no matter what. Oh, paranoia right through Mask. That is going to delay things even more. Bail out this raise. As Kestrel adjusts. He's going to see the barrel initially get the heads up through the smoke. It's kind of chaotic for Mask to try and shoot through. Now the Steel Garden is just hurting Mask, or hurting everyone even more. 10 seconds, everyone just jump on top of it. Now 8-4 is how the half ends in favor of Catface, and only a few rounds away, especially depending on this pistol, and getting to the main event.
I just love how it was basically a turtle versus the hare race between Elaborate and Swerve, because Swerve has the high here, going back and forth, trying to get space on one side to the other, and Elaborate is just trying to go for rotates, trying to stall with the Steel Garden. At the end of the day, the Steel Garden wins because it actually hit 2 or 3 players on the top of B Heaven. That Catface was able to hold back on the defensive line. Again, they've been looking pretty good when it comes down to making sure that they have good reads. You don't want to get punished in those moments where you're gonna get caught off like small timings that Mask was able to take, but overall it's still looking pretty clean here for Catface. Pistol round for red control. Here's the paranoia moving through. Nobody's really holding it on that side for Mask.
Explosive opening here for Catface, really leveraging this raise and how quickly these duelists can be mobile around the map. You trigger all the Vi's util you want, and Catface still hold the space and really unaffected. Can't say the same for Blue Owl. What can you do against 3 people running you down? Catface take advantage of what the initial push was all about, getting the spike down out in the open. And now, powering through screens. Luna Fox gets a heads up, gets concussed a bit by the neon. Mask are really starting to develop on these angles. Oh, Raven, that was a clean shot with the classic. Mask need a big win here in screens, or Catface are gonna take the pistol, and that can mean all the dominoes will fall away. Swerve and Logic, the heroic duo from Pearl. Right-click classic, and it's a classic win for Catface.
Proactivity is the name of the game for Catface in that piss round, which was beautiful. I think even if Blue Owl falls, she gets full information that there's 3 players pushing her down. So what do? They Prowler to take space towards screens. They jiggle to get information at that spot. The wall is still up and available on that flank, but you still have 2 bodies watching that wall because you would expect 2 or 3 players flanking from behind, and they just had a perfect read. The only gap is really towards mid vents, but that felt like maybe for them the call was going to be too obvious and too much noise for the defenders to make, that they chose to play the extremities, and they read correctly in that round. So nicely done for Catface, and that forces the walk down middle and for Elaborate to watch for it.
Just die.
There. That's why you got 2 bullets in the Outlaw, baby. Surely you can't miss the same one. Catface ain't gonna miss a beat trying to get into A. And Elaborate, feels like they could take on the whole team by themselves. Okay, I got scared when the pistol came out, and you throw everything but the kitchen sink, and it feels like Elaborate will still hit the sink out of the park. Catface, another day at the office. Nico bringing 3 weapons into the bonus potentially. Snowy did recover the Outlaw from Elaborate after eventually, trading out.
I think after that second kill, though, throw away the Outlaw or save it for the next round. Can't leave that back in the hands of somebody like Elaborate. There you go, already running back towards that spot. There you go. That's what I like to see. Don't give them a chance, because you know the economy's not necessarily going to be the best here for Mass to get to buy good util into the next round. Sky util super expensive, so they could still have to buy only half shields.
This place is
So you're
nice,
making
but
sure
not
here
nice
at this
enough to
point
die
that you're
in.
still
Let's
putting the
win and get
chances
out
on
of
your
here.
side to catch up in this game. So look at this buy. You have Odin for Swerve, full shields, no fast lane. Logic going full shields with Vandal, no dog. And then you only have Snowy with small shields too. So you're seeing how expensive this round is for Mass to try to stay alive in this game.
Let's go.
And that was off the power of the Outlaw.
This is a very familiar scoreline of Catface going up 11-4 on Pearl. Mask pulled off a thrifty and kind of gave us some hope there, but Mask, it's a must-win round, it feels, at least just for the morale, and Lunafox got in the middle of all of that, despite the Viswell being triggered, not isolated by it. So Catface have done a good job of dealing with the Vise util early, something that Mask I wish they did more of on the other side. Okay, little jump peek there from Mask, and the bird will tell you what you need to know here if you're Mask.
It's interesting.
The shot was interesting, wow.
Yeah.
Trapped by Odin.
Right now, like, Mass doesn't really need to over-rotate, right? Because Meow did so much noise across the board, but we'll hold that thought for a bit. Let's see how it opens up the map as Lunafox gets a pick.
Someone's gonna go pick up the spike. We'll get the plan down. If the round even lasts that long, honestly. Logic and Swerve. Really like this duo from the side of Mask.
30 seconds
Odin,
left.
it's loud and it's proud, and Swerve's ready to get fast with it too, but walks right into the middle of a crunch. Takes one down with them. Tries to make the job easy for someone like Logic. Been a 1v3 before, catches the spike planter, but not the help around it. So 11-4, very deja vu here for Mask.
Yeah, and it's funny too, just a little detail in that kill feed, that somehow Swerve still died first, yet still gets a kill with the Odin after, because they were on a slide tackle with the Odin somehow. But yeah, I was gonna say, Mask didn't really need to over-rotate in the first place, because Catface did so much noise instantly and simultaneously on different lanes. That was the first bad micro that I've seen so far from Catface, because you double push towards A, you prowlered middle, and then you also boombot it towards B. So they know you're playing a 2-1-2. You win duels because you're just owning so far in this series. So mistakes can definitely be easily corrected with how currently Catface are shooting.
Yeah, this Catface team put in so much work for this match, and you can tell just by the confidence how they're executing their plans. And Blue Owl, I was wondering if that paranoia is going to come out. Wanting to conserve it for as long as possible. Logic's position here, the crossfire With Swerve's pretty important. With Sheriff and an actual rifle. It doesn't matter what weapon you put in their hand, but Blue Owl teleports up and just ruins the setup of Mask. So Catface come out on top. And Rotten and Zoe have to pick up the pieces, and Zoe is just not able to live on. Drops right into the hands of Catface. Rotten in a 1v3
planted
with no upgrade in sight, unfortunately for them. And the Prowler will detect them, so it does not get any better, and it does not get any easier for Mask, and especially Rotten. 1v3, all eyes from Catface are on when this Sentinel is going to come through the doorway. And there it is. Match point, series point for Catface, 1 round away from the main event.
Match point.
And if I want to be nitpicky about things too, though, I kind of wish you leave the contact for Elaborate or for Kestrel, so you build up the orbs just to make sure you confirm rounds in case Mass start coming back here like they did on that first map of Pearl for a couple of rounds. That said, though, it still ends up being a nice little entry by Blue Owl. They were super quiet on the defensive side because they weren't getting too much action. But when it's time for Blue Owl to try to create space for the team, man, she's doing an excellent job. I think she was like 1 in 7 or something like that going into the half. So now is being supportive and also fragging for the team and looking to close it now in this round.
Nightfall doesn't connect on anyone, but they don't know. I mean, you expect someone to be on the site, so I don't blame Catface on the ult usage there. Immediately get Blue Owl in position for screens. Now Elaborate trusted to watch ramp solo, and that is still too much when you send all 4. Snowy's having a big round, though. That you love to see. Mask need to purchase every round they can get. Ideally maintain all the rifles as well, but Kestrel is very heroic this round, but Snowy has not stopped yet. Including has ult. Blue Owl 1v2. Readjust behind that. Now that is a sick play. But the turnaround from Mask was even better. Oh my god.
No. That would have been so sick. What a big way to end this series if Blue Owl was able to land that, because the paranoia hit both of them. And it's just unlucky because it is a nerfed paranoia. It goes out faster, but it doesn't last as long. But she goes for the TP play, gets the sound cue, but while you're dodging on the other side and trying to set the smoke down, Snowy just saw the last person at the top, and on that radar, able to turn around and win that 1v1, keeps Masks alive in the game. But holy crap, was that a nice try by Blue Owl. That would have been so sick. That's like VCT level Omen plays.
Right? Oh my god, the talent on display here is insane. Mask are gonna need to really turn up. Now you got an Outlaw, you got Vandals, Swerve has a Judge. Great spot to hold the Judge, by the way. You just have to be patient. Not try to get too much information, or you can get one tapped, and Swerve does realize some presence there. You don't know if it's just a lurk or not. Meanwhile, Garage has been suppressed, and now it's an all-out war. And Elaborate is just simply the GOAT. Has to be the best player in this lobby. Blue Owl gets their win, and Catface are going for the win, as Rotten is the last one left for Mask on a series point, match point, 1v4, and that is all she wrote. Catface will be advancing to the Game Changers main event.
That is so dirty for Elaborate to finish that series that way. If it wasn't from heroic plays attempted by Blue Owl in the previous round, that had to be a sick flick on that first A-ramp kill, but that is also Catface. For me, to be honest, Lemon Kiwi, that didn't look like a team that was going to be super competitive to make it into the main event. But after seeing how their macro and their team play and just individual shooting was on point for tonight, if they keep this up where they don't necessarily have to stay stuck into like a neon meta, I feel that now it is a meta that suits them from the way that they've been playing so far. So they're looking like a very competitive team going into the main event, and I'm looking forward to Catface here. Meow.
Yeah. Meow. Well, yeah, Elaborate got me meowing too. 20 and 10 at the end of that. But we're going to break down the numbers and have our Verizon post-match interview ready for you after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers presented by Verizon. We'll present to you the interview in a second, but first we have to crunch down the numbers of the series we just saw, because Catface versus Mask was not expecting the series to be as one-sided as it was.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest things I could take away from the series was, one, the macro reads by Catface was tremendously awesome. Very, very good. It felt like they had a whole grasp of the whole series, and the calls that have been sick. They had the players at the right spots. They challenged in the right moments. They tried to find their own hero plays whenever they could and got some great value most of the times out of it. And it was just like maybe 2 or 3 occasions where they kind of got caught off bad timings and rotations. But overall, you got to respect it when you're feeling that confident and you're in the driver's seat the whole time, and you're still able to go for these plays for most of the times, and for it to still work, you have to expect that sometimes it's going to have to fall apart, especially when your opponents have like big ult rounds going into those moments. But man, it's a 13-5 scorelines when you're also behind by first kills here, Lemon Kiwi.
Pretty insane. Yeah, like Mask was able to maybe kick off a round in a good way, but just getting traded out. It was a fun series to watch. I just think Catface, had the better game plan. Just the also depth of strategy was very impressive to see, whether it's the C's nades that they pulled off, just how they're able to take map control so quickly. And that was also a split that was on Mask's map pick.
One thing that I love, at least from these 2 games so far, is that not only did we see Swerve, but we also saw other Neons trying to play with the Odin. So I respect that a lot. Now I see the value of also Neon on Odins, but now a little bit too late now that Neon's going to get nerfed, or already got nerfed in this matchup over here. Overall, though, yes, if I have to look back into win cons for the side of Mask that kind of look good, was just individual plays, at least when it comes down to Logic or when it comes down to Swerve. They were doing an awesome job. I think every single one of them kind of had their moments where they had to come up huge, and it did overall for the side of Mask. But it definitely looked like they were falling behind a little bit on the read of what Catface was planning up in this series against them today.
It's going to be so exciting to see Catface return to the main event. For some of them, when they were part of Teddy Tactics, they made the main event a while back, but you're always trying to beat your high score and go deeper and deeper into the main event until eventually you can be in a position to meet maybe SRG in the grand final or dethrone the GOATs of Valorant. And Mask, I think they have such tremendous potential and talent on their side, rising through the ranks of Radiant Academy to even make the Swiss stage, to even make this many rounds into the Swiss stage. That's still above the majority of the teams here. It's just unfortunate to have the road cut short and not make the main event, but I think there's still so much to take away from obviously what you learned in this series to what you learned through all the rounds of the Swiss stage. So I'm super excited to see if Mask can re-qualify to the Swiss stage next stage.
It's super important to come out with your head high for the side of Mask, for sure. The deepest run that you had so far and almost making it at this moment. You're 1 series away where, you had to play against tough opponents the whole time. And I think it's always good, too, when you get to this moment right now where those opponents are going to be tough. This matchup was very tough. The pressure is on there, but now you've learned from that as well, right? So you know that this is the match to try to qualify. It wasn't as competitive, most likely, in your eyes as you want it to be, but to still be able to make it to this point allows for you to build that confidence moving into the qualifiers, into that stage 2. So again, keep your heads high onto that one. I think with a little bit of rebuild into that one, it'll look good.
And I am so excited to get into this Verizon post-match interview with none other than Raven here from Catface. Hey, congratulations! You made the main event! What a fun series. And man, you guys went out with a bang. How do you feel that went?
I don't know. I kind of just turn my brain off whenever I play these games, and I just let my IGL Luna tell me what to do. And I just hope it works out in the end. I don't know.
I mean, you should know because you're fragging out with the rest of the team for sure. It definitely looked like you all had such a good read and understanding of how to play against your opponents today. I gotta ask you, Raven, was it down to maybe the changes around the Neon that really opened the doors for all of you to really find new pastures and just looking really good as a team overall in this last week of Swiss stage?
I don't know. I don't think the Neon changes affected us that much because Castrol's a really flexible player. So we kind of just like put her on Jet, and our game plan just like stayed the same. We just had a Jet instead of a Neon, so we could play more together. Yeah.
And how has it been with Phoenix coming into the meta more and more as a duelist? And it was so fun to watch you on Pearl. I mean, all eyes are on you, right? As the Phoenix who has to get so much done with so little time sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, learning Phoenix is definitely a little bit hard for me because I'm so used to duelists that are like movement, like Neon and Raze and Jet. So Phoenix is kind of an agent where I just have to like not run it down sometimes, and I just flash angles and stuff. I don't know.
Worked out from time to time, but if we're looking at things as well, Raven, in the Swiss stage, I mean, you're able to qualify now into the main event, but during the Swiss stage, you had to face off against tougher opponents here with FlyQuest Red and also Wadadaa. But to see your performance, for me, honestly, I was watching y'all's game and I was like, damn, you guys look like a team that could really be a dark horse and a contender going into the main event. So based off how you feel coming out of this game for today as a team, if you had to rematch against Wadadaa or FlyQuest in the main event next week, do you think you have their number this time around?
Oh, I don't know about number, but I think our games would definitely be closer because
Hell yeah.
our team is a relatively still new team, but I feel like after every game we keep on improving because we're not afraid to like call out each other on stuff, and like sometimes we'll have little arguments about game things, but then we'll always figure it out in the end. And I don't know, I just love competing with this team. I think this team is really awesome.
You love to see it.
Yeah, and you seem super chill to compete with as well. Do you have, I guess, a message for fans or shout outs for your team? Because you guys went through the gauntlet to make the main event, getting that last spot. Like, that was a lot of work.
Yeah, shout out Luna. She's a really good IGL. She just like tells us what to do when we do it. I'm not gonna lie, I probably like don't even talk that much and like our communications during the games. I just like let her tell me to do something and then I do it. And obviously just my whole team. I love every single one of them. Ella, Kestrel, Blue, Luna, like I'm just so happy to be on Catface. I don't know.
I'm glad we got you to speak at least in the interview, and hopefully we'll get to see more of you in the main event. So thank you so much for joining us, Raven, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, you.
They got me meowing, man. That team got me meowing for sure.
I know. I'd be kicking my feet too. What a series that was. I mean, 13-7 on Pearl, and then a 13-4 or 13-5, I think, on Split. I mean, Catface are coming in with a vengeance, and I mean, you heard it from Raven. They're ready to improve, and I'm ready for the main event, Vans. What do you think?
100%. And again, even if it doesn't sound confident for the side of Raven, again, after being able to witness that series against Mask, I definitely do think they have what it takes here to make it competitive against a rematch of Wadadaa, against a rematch of FlyQuest, and potentially probably even take a map at this point. I feel like they could truly do it.
And we're sending 8 teams to the main event, so you're looking forward to seeing SRG, Swim Trek, Puppy Thieves, FlyQuest Red, Wadadaa, Ascent Otters, Ghost Gaming, and now Catface. The main event starts next Friday, May 29th, same time, same place. You'll want to drop a follow on the channel, turn your notifications on, and follow, of course, Valorant on social media to catch all the fun clips from here today. I'm Lemon Kiwi, this was Vans, and we'll see you guys for Game Changers main event. Meow.
Don't forget why.